Good morning. Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Robert McNeely. We are awaiting President Trump to deliver remarks on the Trump accounts. Now, what are these exactly? You might remember from some weeks back the announcement of this at trumpaccounts.gov for Americans born right now through 2025 until 2028 in the almost the entirety of what will be the second term until January 20th of 2029, which will be a glorious but yet sad day to see President Trump conclude that second term, as extraordinary as it's been with him in office. But here are some of the details. If you have children a decade or under, so 10 or under right now, you can invest roughly $250 in a first-time down payment into these accounts. But now, if you had a child last year, and if you're planning to have more kids, part of the family boom plan that this administration looking to do with a number of their reforms, especially when it comes to Treasury and saving money for the American people, it's somewhat of an IRA program. So each individual and or couple can invest $5,000 on an annual basis. The government can then match that as well around that $2,500 mark for its maximum contributions. In turn, if this is left unmatched for said individual born, again, from last year, 2025, into the future through 2028, at 60, they can end up with roughly $2.2 million accrued and in that savings IRA account. And by the time they're 18, $191,000 plus, a great start to get ready for college or even trade school, as we look forward to more of those details to be unrolled today. We will see Miss Nicki Minaj on hand for this as well, just like we did back at the Turning Point USA America Fest in December. Also, Caroline Leavitt, Secretary Scott Bessent of the Treasury, among other VIPs and cabinet members. That will be at 11 o'clock at the top of the hour. We look forward to showcasing that for you in roughly 90 minutes from now. Of course, much has been in the news regarding really a number of different items, including President Trump hitting the campaign trail again in a snowy and wintry Iowa, Clive, Iowa, specifically yesterday, if you watched the coverage, where he stopped at Urbandale, Iowa for a very enjoyable time with the people at a local restaurant, one of the more popular ones in the area. And we saw that the president does this best, as he mentioned on another network via interview, that he really enjoys being amongst the people. It's the rallies that could be a little bit more fun than the deal making, as he put it. Now, with cut number one, Mr. Producer, we can highlight just some of the comments from the president yesterday before he took the stage in or outside of the wonderful Des Moines, Iowa.
We took thousands of hardened criminals out of Minnesota, so they had good crime numbers, believe it or not. You know, we have Tom Homan there now. We put him in there. He's great. And they met with the governor, the mayor, everybody else, and we're going to de-escalate a little bit. These are paid insurrectionists. These are paid agitators. These people aren't normal, like, oh, gee, that, you know, they're incensed about anything. How do you get incensed when you go into a state and you're taking criminals out? You're taking monsters out. You notice they don't mention affordability anymore. Prices were way high. Now I've got the prices down, and they're going down still further. But think of it. We brought fuel from $4, $3.50, $3.75 down to $1.99, $1.08. I was just told in Iowa, $1.85. Millions of people were let in through the border by Biden. The problem is, I gave you the best border in the history of our country. Nobody wants to talk about it anymore. You know, I did it a long time ago. I was able to do it within 3 months of taking office. I had that border locked. Tariffs have been indispensable towards success. We've taken in $600 billion in tariffs. I gave the farmers $12 billion last week. So what's happening is we're getting a tremendous amount of business coming to this country, and they're coming in fast and sharp. And if we catch a lot of this fraud, and I felt it for a long time, but now we know what's happening. And the answer is, yeah, there will be accountability. And a lot of what's going on with respect to Minneapolis, you know, with what's happening with all the hoopla, is so people don't talk about the fraud.
You think it's a distraction?
I've said it from day one. It's a distraction. You're talking about 19 billion. Probably that's a minimal number. We want safe cities and states. We want a safe country. And again, we just got a report done by Democrats that the country is the safest ever recorded.
And with that, a slew of endorsements coming across True Social, including cut number 8, Mr. Producer. It is my great honor to endorse MAGA patriot Joe Mitchell, who is running to represent the fantastic people of Iowa's 2nd Congressional District. As a former appointee in my administration at the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, and as the youngest state legislator in Iowa's history, Joe has proven he has the strong courage and wisdom to deliver results for the incredible people of his district and the wonderful state and nation. As your next congressman, Joe will fight tirelessly to grow our economy, cut taxes and regulations, champion our farmers, promote Made in the USA, advance American energy dominance, keep our borders secure, stop migrant crime, support our brave military veterans, support our elections, safeguarding those, and defending the always under siege Second Amendment. Joe Mitchell has my complete and total endorsement to be the next representative from Iowa's 2nd Congressional District. He will never let you down. And joining us now by phone, that said candidate, my friend Joe Mitchell from the great Hawkeye state of Iowa. Joe, are you able to hear me on the other line?
Yeah. Good morning, Bobby. Good morning,
sir.
Hey, I couldn't have written a better post myself when I saw that. And you've heard, plenty of times when this happens that the president, he just does it. They don't give you a heads up at all. And so my phone starts blowing up and I see this truth. And I was like, I couldn't have written it better myself. It was perfect. It was like a commercial was written for me. It was awesome.
Well, I saw it about 4 hours, I think, after the fact, late last night on True Social. And then, of course, I had to text you about that because I'm thrilled for you, and a heartfelt congratulations, because I think the president really not only displayed that he is the deal maker in chief in the last several months of this administration, but especially this January, but also he really relates on the campaign trail. And we saw that come through in Iowa yesterday. Were you on hand in Urbandale and Clive for this gathering of these great people talking to the president? And what are your thoughts about your district, and how are people responding to tariffs and how that might affect farmers on the ground in Iowa?
Right. Well, I was there. I was at the events center. So he did 2 stops. He went to the Machine Shed, which is a legendary restaurant in Iowa. He stopped at the Machine Shed and talked to people that were eating there. And then he came to the Horizon Event Center and he did, address on the economy, and he did a great job. He always does a great job. But ultimately what he talked about is, you have this thing that the Democrats are calling the affordability crisis, but it's the affordability crisis that they started, So it's like, they want to bring up affordability, but it's like, well, we're in an affordability crisis because of the Democrats. And actually, when you look at the numbers, it's not that much of a crisis anymore because the president has brought down prices on housing, on groceries, on gasoline. And so he's actually fixing the issue that they started when you had record high inflation under Joe Biden. And, he's going to do much more this next year. And when you
Joe,
look at the
I'm sorry to interrupt. We have to toss the White House real quick, but if you could stand by, we'd love to talk to you further.
Yes. Yep.
Good. Great to be here this morning, and thank you, Pastor Sewell. My prayer is that I could be half as good as you. Thank you all for being here. This year, we celebrate the 250th anniversary of the greatest nation on earth. This singular moment calls for singular legislation. Enter Trump accounts. Since this historic program was first announced, we have seen a tsunami of support from philanthropists, companies, charitable organizations, and everyday Americans, many of whom are with us this morning. Today, we will hear from businessmen and investors, professional athletes, Maha moms, and even world famous the President of the United States himself. What is it that can bring this eclectic group together under one roof? What is it that unites Americans of all backgrounds around a common cause? The desire to empower our children to shape their own financial futures and build a better America. In short, Trump accounts. By giving each newborn citizen a material stake in the American dream through Trump accounts, President Trump is minting future investors on every rung of the economic ladder. He is embedding, there's an investor. He is embedding financial literacy in the next generation, and he is creating an ownership economy to help secure the American experiment for the next century, the next 250 years. Through the power of compound growth, Trump accounts will turn simple investments into life-changing money that our children can use for college, their first home, or their retirement, the basic building blocks of the American dream. Since I started this speech, 21 American children have been born. Approximately 10,000 will be born today alone, and more than 3.6 million will be born this year. And all of them will be eligible to receive a Trump account. From an early age, our citizens will be able to observe the benefits of free markets in real time, and it's all thanks to President Trump. Trump accounts are a generational down payment on the American dream. They are the culmination of more than 2 centuries of capitalism and financial markets changing the world, and they are the key to unlocking the next 250 years of our national prosperity. Our children's financial future will be built by the men and women in this auditorium and the thousands more listening to today's live stream. Today, we will hear from a wide variety of speakers and panelists who will get to explain how you can get directly involved. By donating to Trump accounts, we can realize the President's vision of making every American an asset owner. I invite everyone to join us in this mission, and I want to thank you all for being here today. Thank you.
And some opening remarks by Secretary Scott Bessent. He was there in Iowa yesterday as well with the great congressional candidate Joe Mitchell, who we're just speaking to. We might be able to get him back later on the program, as these congressional candidates very, very busy out on the trail to raise money. And in fact, I mean, they're running every 2 years. It's the entirety of the House of Representatives. And now with approximately 48 retirements happening as of recent count yesterday, maybe more to come, you'll be seeing many more new faces, especially in the Millennial and Gen Z category. So that'll be very exciting to watch all of that take place. Now, as we go on further with this broadcast, President Trump having several different endorsements, as again you watch there the opening of this event today for TrumpAccounts.gov, something so crucial for this country and the future of the nation. As Secretary Bessent mentioned, 21 children born in just that amount of time, where they are when he was speaking in a matter of 5 minutes. And of course, it's speech longer than the Gettysburg Address, but still, think about that. 21 American babies born in the last 5 minutes when Secretary Scott Bessent speaking there. So very important that we invest in the future of this country, that this populist movement continues to grow and continues to be a stalwart within Republican ranks. In case you missed it, President Trump posting to True Social a rather long post about that meeting between Governor Walz, Mayor Frey, and also Border Czar Tom Homan, which many good developments coming out of that from Minneapolis, Minnesota. But President Trump explaining the operations in depth as he regularly does on a number of different issues. During the 4 years of crooked Joe Biden and Democrat failed leadership, tens of millions of illegal alien criminals poured into our country, including hundreds of thousands of convicted murderers, rapists, kidnappers, drug dealers, and terrorists. I won the election in a historic landslide, and Republicans won majorities in both House and the Senate in large part. And we're actually going to go back to that TrumpAccounts.gov event in Washington, D.C.
Solves that problem, or a good part of it, because you're basically making an investment not just in an individual that's born, in their family. The burden of a family to educate or help a child launch can be really difficult, particularly if you have a large one. Think about this. And this money you can't touch for 18 years. Let the power of the world's largest economy go to work for a child for 18 years and stand back in awe and see what happens if you can't touch it and you let it do its thing. What I love about this is it's better than Social Security. It really is. This is a way for the country to heal itself and make sure every one of its citizens has a foundation to stand on. As I like to say, and I would have said to every grade schooler, supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Even Mary Poppins loves this policy. She spoke to me this morning about it, said, this is absolutely fantastic. So I applaud the administration, and I think what I like about it the most is I can't find anybody, red or blue, that doesn't like this idea. And I think what will happen with it is it's going to spring forward some even better ideas. Let me give an example as an employer. I invest in many, many companies. Instead of just giving a bonus to my employee, which I do every year and many companies do, why not go beyond that and invest in their family by giving that child a piece of that bonus or even more? I think that's a beautiful way to support not just an individual, but their entire endeavor to grow and be successful. You can tell I've got a lot of emotion about this. I love this idea so much. I really do. And I intend to do whatever I can to support it and get the message out there, because I can't find anything wrong with it. And I love it when people can help themselves and not just rely on government. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our panelists for Catalysts for Change, CEO of Altimeter Capital, Brad Gerstner, and Chairman and CEO of Dell Technologies, Michael Dell.
Well, clearly, Michael, you like this idea, I think, right?
I love this idea. You know, Brad talked to me about this first in 2021, and I immediately loved the idea. You know, we know that the most important thing a country can do is invest in its people, especially its children. And for all the reasons that you mentioned, I'm sure we'll get into more of the details. Totally love the idea.
Brad, the brain trust of this, where did it come from?
Well, first, it's great to be here, and it's pretty extraordinary to be here with my partner and dear friend, Michael. You know, I grew up a poor kid in Indiana.
You seem to have done okay.
In rural Indiana. And I watched my dad lose everything in 1979. And so I know a little something about starting with nothing. And when this president ran for office, he said, my agenda is the Main Street agenda. The 50 million families that have been left out and left behind, that are disconnected to the American dream. And so when we were coming out of COVID in 2021, I had a conversation with my kids around the kitchen table and showed them the accounts I had set up for them at birth. And my son Lincoln, who's here today, asked me a very simple question. He said, what about all the other kids? And we talked about the wealth gap in the country. And we talked about the challenge of growing up with nothing. And then he turned to me and said, well, what are you going to do about it? And that started us on a journey around founding the Invest America Foundation, the Invest America Act, but it would never have happened without the courage, without the partnership of Michael and the courage of this president. That's where it comes from. It comes from a love of country and an understanding that we're losing that connection to the American dream, and that stops today. Today and forevermore, every child born in America becomes a shareholder in America. Every child gets an investment account at birth. It'll be seeded with $1,000, but families, moms and dads, philanthropists, the greatest philanthropists in the country, and they all want to contribute. And states and corporations, you're going to hear much more about that today. And so you get that little snowball that Warren Buffett talks to us about, you get it rolling at age 0. These kids will have $50,000 at 18, $200,000 at age 30, $1 million at age 55, and they own and control it. They learn about finances. So I mean, don't get me on the soapbox. You know, this has been my life. And
twice as much if their company matches the government's contribution, which many great companies have already contributed.
I think it's
said they're going to do that.
Idea. You know, Michael, be specific, because many people don't understand how is it that this grows. It's going into the S&P 500 index, the engine of America, and in a very inexpensive way. Most people, and as I've learned, because of the lack of financial education at an early age, don't understand there's a difference between just putting money into a savings account and doing this. Explain that a little bit. What's inside? What's the engine that makes this work?
Well, the engine is you're investing in the great American companies.
Including yours.
Including ours, but essentially it's the S&P 500, and those are, you know, the 500 largest, most successful companies in America, and you know, the equity in those investments, you know, has proven to be a fantastic investment over time. I believe certainly markets will fluctuate, but you know, over a 10, 20-year period, these accounts are likely to grow quite substantially. And more importantly, you know, let's understand that if you don't have any capital, there's no reason to learn anything about it. And one of the hopes here is that
now you've got skin in the game.
We got skin in the game. We've got a reason to want to understand how companies work and how capitalism works, and to you know, learn about those things. We already have about 2/3 of the states require some amount of financial literacy, hopefully all of them. And yeah, when you're in 7th grade, all right, let's look up your account and see how much you have. You see you've got a little bit of all of these great companies. It's compounding, it's growing. You know, when I was 8 years old, I had the great opportunity to get a passbook savings account. Okay, and I had a few dollars in there, and you'd go there and you'd give them another $1, and they'd stamp the book, and kind of learned about compound interest. I had the also great situation. My mother was a stockbroker. Okay, so she was teaching me about investing and about capital, about companies.
You were trading at 8 years old.
Pretty much, yeah. So learned about all that from a very early age, and if we can spark that interest in some of the 70 million kids that we have in this country, that will have been a wonderful thing.
So Brad, that's likely to happen, because when you become cognizant of what money is, it could be, these days kids get pretty smart pretty soon. They've got a lot of technology on their side. At some point they'll be able to look at their phone and say, whoa, look at that. Won't that incentivize more interest in understanding what's going on there?
No doubt about it, and it's already happening, right? The problem is it's only happening for a few kids in America. If you're a kid in this country with money, then you come to your parents, you say, hey, I want a Robinhood account. I want to trade my account. These kids, you know, we have great CEOs here of companies like Robinhood and Schwab, et cetera. They know these kids want to use these phones. The problem is everybody else. And that's the important point here, Kevin. This is not about an account that's going to change the lives of my kids.
So
my kids were already
will be on their phones. They'll be able to see.
Every single child in America, all they need to do is claim the account. We need every parent in America to claim the account that we're going to create on the 250th anniversary of America for their child. And to be precise, the money in these accounts for 75 years, the S&P 500 is compounded at 10.2%. This is the greatest economy with the greatest companies in the history of the world, and we're going to make every single citizen a shareholder. That is a transformational change in the social contract, in the promise that we're making for this country. You heard the Secretary say, we're in a battle for the soul of America. We are in a battle for the soul of America. It's time to make everybody, give everybody the opportunity to share in this upside.
So to claim your account, simply done online, your social security number, that's it, and it starts.
So, you know, the great fortune here is we're attacking this like a Silicon Valley startup in terms of building the app under the great leadership of Secretary Bessent, Luke Pettit, the Assistant Treasury Secretary, who's helping to lead the charge. Joe Gebbia, one of the co-founders of Airbnb, is actually designing the app on our behalf. And we understand in Silicon Valley, you got to remove all the friction. One click, get your account. We want it as automatic as possible. We want every family to claim this account. And then even more importantly, we want it to be super simple for moms and dads and friends of the family to add $5, to add $10 to Apple Pay. Double click on your phone. And instead of buying that Frappuccino, drop an extra $5 into your kid's account. If you do that every week, and if you save $50 extra a week, it's transformational in the lives of your kids. And I'll just leave you with this. We ran a study 2 years ago. Kevin Hassett was one of the people who helped us do that study along with Rob Shapiro. There's a common belief in America that poor folks don't save. But you want to know the truth? Poor cohorts save if they have an account. The problem is that most folks in this country don't have an investment account and they don't have a savings account. We are going to unleash all of those moms and dads love their kids just as much as folks who have money. We're going to unleash the power of them saving on behalf of their kids. And when you combine the power of philanthropists, the power of corporations, but most importantly, moms and dads, birthday parties and bar mitzvahs, right? That $5 or $10 a week, I think that is going to be the most transformational change.
So in that vision, when the child turns 18 and has access to these funds, that becomes the anchor, the basis upon which they build their financial future. This account can be extended, broadened out, maybe more sophisticated where they buy and sell their own stocks and bonds. It's a financial literacy launch pad in a way, because if you're right, and I'm sure you are, if you don't have an account, you can't do any of this stuff. Now you do. You're basically gifted one at birth. You don't know what it is for the first 36 months. Then somebody starts pointing to it and saying, look at this, it's yours. And by then it's grown.
I came to Michael, told him about the idea. But the most important and transformational part about the idea is I said, Michael, this isn't a government program. This isn't coming to bended knee to the government where the government controls the account and then we're dependent, increased dependency on government. It's the exact opposite of UBI. This is the antidote to socialism. The antidote to socialism is more capitalism. And I said, Michael, this is a direct giving platform. If we create universal private ownership from birth, Michael, will you invest into those accounts? And tell us a little bit, Michael, about the study that you went through with Susan, your incredible wife, and the Dell Foundation, and the conclusions you came to that are leading a lot of other people to follow.
Yeah, so our foundation has been focused on children from the beginning, and we've already given several $1 billion away, and I would say invested several $1 billion. And we looked at this program kind of like what you're describing as sort of a platform. And there have been a number of smaller versions of this at states and in other countries. And what our study found was that when a child has an account like this, they are way more likely to graduate from high school, to go on to college and graduate, to buy a home, to not be incarcerated, to be a contributing member of society. and it improves the mental health of both the child and the parent, even with a relatively small sum. And so that is why we wanted to participate in this in a big way. Originally, you and I went back and forth on these discussions, and with Susan as well, and we were like, well, what if we did Texas, and then we sort of said, well, let's just go big, right? And so we said, well, it's the 250th anniversary of the birth of the nation. $250 to 25 million children would cover most of the children that are born between 2016 and 2024, so the 2 to 10-year-olds, because the government's covering the 0 to 2. And we targeted our gift to the zip codes where the median income is less than $150,000. So that, my kids are
So
older
you're
now.
basically providing the bonus round to this. That's what's happening.
Well, this is to get them started on their financial journey, and of course we have Ray and Barbara Dalio, who have decided to do exactly what we're doing, but in the state of Connecticut. So those kids will get $500, and I think there's going to be other similar announcements. We've talked to lots of folks.
Let's not be coy here, Michael.
Yeah.
I'm going to do it.
Do we have any similar
I'm going to do it in the state of Indiana. We're going to announce that. Coming up
Thank you,
here,
Brad.
my home state. We're going to get all 50 states in this country. I can tell you this: we have 250 wealthy people in this country who signed the Giving Pledge, Kevin. The problem with that is they don't know how to give the money away. If you're fortunate enough to start a computer business in your college dorm and have it become the most successful computer business in the history of the world, like the guy sitting next to me, how do you effectively? We are the most giving nation in the history of the world. Most of the rest of the world, they protect their wealth, generation skipping trust, dynastic wealth. If you talk to the richest 250 people in America, they want to give it away. That is a uniquely American phenomenon. But how do you give it away? Now we're going to cut out the middleman, cut out the charities, that are taking that scrape. Not all charities. Charities are great. But this is a way to directly give to America's kids at scale. $5 billion, $10 billion, $20 billion from America's great philanthropists. The Treasury Secretary issued a 50-state challenge. On the 250th birthday of America, we want all 50 states to have similar programs that get launched. And I will tell you this, because Michael and I are chairing the Giving Committee of Invest America. We're making the ask, and our hit rate is 100%. America's most successful people love the idea of contributing to these accounts. And so stay tuned over the course of the next weeks and months, but we're going to have a big bang come July 4th this year.
And it not only strengthens these families and these children, but of course it strengthens the nation.
You brought up a really interesting point, I think, that many people have missed about this program. Beyond just its simplicity, most charities have an expense ratio. They have to. They have infrastructure, reporting requirements, compliance issues. The drag can be as much as 9–10%. This has zero. You set it up, no friction, it all goes to the child. That's the sheer genius of this.
And importantly, and soapbox and sell, but for the philanthropists who are listening and in the room, it's 501c3 deductible, right? You're giving the money away to America's kids. There's no cost, right? You get the deductibility that the tax code, provides for that. And importantly, right, again, I keep coming back to this. Less than half of the kids under the age, or citizens under the age of 40, believe in capitalism. We have a crisis in America, a battle for the soul of America. This is the antidote. This is a firewall in defense of free markets and capitalism and democracy. And on the verge of our 250th birthday, that is the negotiation. That is the social contract. It's not only the right thing to do on a moral basis to get everybody else into the game, but it's in the best interest of our country.
It's true. It's impossible to find a mistake in this idea, and that's rare these days. On top of that, 100% bipartisan. Who doesn't want to do this?
I mean, that's and Michael can comment to this as well, and I think it's a really important point. You know, Michael and I are working with a lot of governors around the country. You know, you already heard from the state of Texas. State of Texas has said they're going to add $1,000 to all the kids born in the state of Texas. You're going to see a competition among states. Red states, blue states, they're all going to add to the accounts of the kids, you know, who are born in their states, and they're going to do a lot of creative things, you know, tied to that giving, the citizens of those states. But, you know, when Michael and I have conversations with people on the left and the right on Capitol Hill, I can tell you, when the doors are closed, everybody says, you know what, the president signed it. He deserves to have his name on the bill. We support this. We love this idea. It helps America's kids. Obviously, when they walk out in front of cameras, sometimes the story is a little bit different. You know, we have a lot of reasons to have debates and battles in this country. This is one thing we can all agree on.
You know, Brad, the more I listen to you, I'm thinking this is Social Security doged. That's what happened. Yeah. It was stripped of all the bureaucracy and made simple, supporting the individual and their rights and their dream and their family in a unique way never thought of.
Yeah, can I say one thing about the Social Security you know, aspect of this? Because my 90-year-old mother, who was just at the national, I'm a Hoosier. She was in Miami with me to watch Fernando Mendoza lead our Hoosiers to a national championship.
I was in Miami watching Miami lose.
But my mom said something to me 3 years ago that was really important. She said, you know, when they told us about Social Security, they made a sacred promise to us. They said, my mom was poor, working 2 jobs. We're going to take money out of your paycheck, and we're going to save it for you. And when you retire, we're going to give it back to you, right? That was an evolution to the social contract of America on the eve of the Industrial Revolution that prevented us from going the way of Weimar Germany.
And how'd that work out?
Okay. Well, the good news is it's a promise, I think, that has transformed this country, kept this country together, made this country the greatest country on the planet. However, a complement to that, not a replacement. This president has made absolutely clear Social Security is a sacred promise that must be met and will be met. And we're the richest country on the planet, and we have the capability to do that. However, it's equally important that we give every child a prosperity account. Because too many kids along the way, we shouldn't make them wait until they're 60 years old to feel connected to America. They need to see their dollars going to work for them and compounding on them. And we all know that the social contract is going to have to evolve in the age of AI, right? These kids need to see on their phone they have a little OpenAI and Anthropic and all the new companies that will come of age, because we're going to have disruption from artificial intelligence. It's a lot easier to face those sorts of disruptions that the Industrial Revolution brings or the AI revolution brings when you have skin in the game and you're benefiting on the upside.
Michael, back in '87, you democratized technology by breaking the $1,000 price point at Walmart with what was called back then a multimedia PC. I was there selling educational software. In August, this is just a little piece of history which talks about, you're too shy to say this, but until then, a PC was not affordable by a family. $899 for a Dell computer. You don't even remember the price. And why that mattered, it hit in February of '87. By August, when Michael Jackson wanted to drop his Bad album, the entire software industry had taken up world capacity of CD-ROMs because your machine had a CD-ROM in it. Michael's album was delayed for 2 weeks because of you. That's what happened.
I've been blamed for a lot of things, so I'm used to that. But look, I think the point is that in not that many years, we're going to have almost every single child is going to have an account with a reasonably substantial amount of money in it, with the government's contribution, the state level contributions, certainly families and philanthropists contributing, and that over 10, 20, 30 years will make an enormous difference in this country. That's really what I'm very excited about.
And it's what I love, whether you're in rural Indiana or rural Mississippi, whether you're in western Texas or you're in inner city Compton, all right, whether you're in Trenton,
Don't forget Alaska.
or Roxbury, outside of Massachusetts, this is the part of America, right, that this president and this administration has raised their hand and said, we've for too long promised that we're going to close the wealth gap. We for too long promised that we're going to get everybody else into the game. And there's frustration and anger in the country because people don't feel like that promise has been met. And here we have an opportunity, now that is baked into law forevermore. We're changing the game. Every kid in the game of the upside of America, and now the ask of everybody in this room and everybody in America. It's on you now to make sure that every child claims their investment account when we launch them in July. It's on you to contribute $5 to $10 to those accounts and get those snowballs rolling, right? This is not a government program. This is an ownership program, an ownership account by citizens. So claim the accounts, make sure your friends claim the accounts, make sure your schools know about this, your churches and your synagogues know about this, and make sure that, rather than giving the plastic toy on the second birthday, give $25 into the account. It will transform lives. And our KPI, our key performance indicator for Michael and I here, we want every child, right? Not 50% of kids claiming these accounts. We want 100% of kids claiming these accounts, and we want to see all the accounts adding to the accounts. That unleashes the magic of America. It's the greatest country on the face of the planet. Our national economic advantage has never been greater, but this secures our democracy and capitalism for the next 250 years.
Now, Brad,
Michael, last
don't
words?
we get a big head start on that on the tax return where you claim the child tax credit? I mean, you might just speak about that for a second, because I think that's obviously going to.
So every family this year, when you go to file your taxes, or if you use Cash App, and maybe you do the 1040 EZ, right? Because a lot of families, don't have tax preparers, don't file a normal return. Every single person, it's already baked into Intuit and Cash App and all these things. You're going to get a 4547. It's going to pop up and say, hey, your kid is eligible for a Trump account. Do you want to claim it? All you got to do, Kevin, all your information's already filled out. You just have to say yes. So make sure those forms are already going out to new moms. I see a lot of kids and babies in the room. All of them, my children included, they are going to be claiming their accounts, and we're evangelizing on it. We have 3 young people here today with me who are working on financial literacy around this, right? What is the compounding worth? Educating middle schoolers about this. And so we're going to make sure that this is out there. Michael and I, should we tip our hand and tell them we're going to run a Super Bowl ad or not? Oh, okay.
I think you just did. Yes. Dear America,
we're going
stay tuned.
The point is, it's not just the accounts. We're going to put money, effort, and wood behind this. I'm dedicating the next decade of my life to making sure that not only we get this passed, but it's the greatest implementation that we ever do, Kevin.
And I'm dedicating the next decade of Brad's life also. So,
Michael, last words. How would you like to sum it up?
I would sum it up as the greatest investment we can make is an investment in our children. And this has the opportunity to ignite a generation of people that understand how capital works and change the complexion of the nation to a nation of owners and investors and capitalists. And, that's incredibly exciting.
I can't think of 2 better ambassadors to get the word out than you 2 guys. You're obviously very passionate about it, and you've been very much part of thinking it through. It's a really good idea, and I think everybody in here understands it, and now we have to multiply it by 100 million. That's it. Ladies and gentlemen, a hand for these 2 extraordinary men. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
And as we cover the Trump accounts event today at the Treasury Department in Washington, D.C., and await the president's remarks there, TrumpAccounts.gov. What an exciting new thing. And the remarks there pretty tremendous when you think about many people under 40 not believing in capitalism anymore. Well, this economy, this administration can change all that. And what can change your bets when it comes to taking care of your health this year? It's allfamilypharmacy.com/emergency-kits. For 20% off now, emergency medication kits. So important this day and age. If I take a quick look behind me, oh yeah, it's right here. Here we go. It is flu kits, travel kits, emergency kits, sinus infection kits, and more. And look how easy that is to carry with you, whether it's by plane, train, or automobile. The start of a new year gets a lot of people on purpose, resolutions, and hope for the future. But do you really have control of your health with flu skyrocketing with its numbers? That's why we have the reliable allfamilypharmacy.com/emergency-kits. And with this terrible winter storm and the second phase coming through in the next couple of days, it behooves you, if you do not have it ready to go, medications on hand in your medicine cabinet and ready to take on the road with you. That's why having the reliable pharmacy matters, especially online for those who prefer convenience, but also building around patients who want more choice. It's no red tape, no bureaucracy. allfamilypharmacy.com/emergency-kits. They are changing the way traditional chain pharmacies do business and actually prescribe to you life-saving medications that some others, big names, simply just don't. It's all about family. It's right in the name there. And they're leading with this online family pharmacy when you're tired of insurance complications and you want more of a straightforward approach. allfamilypharmacy.com/emergency-kits, code RSBN20, RSBN20 right now. The process is simple. Order online. The U.S. licensed doctor looks it over and sends it right back to your door within a matter of days. Antibiotics, antivirals, Tamiflu, so important this day and age. But these kits that are crucial with code RSBN20. Thank you for sponsoring us on the right side of history. From All Family Pharmacy, we go to Kalshi.com/RSBN. The Super Bowl is set on February 8th, 2026, roughly 10 days from now. Who will be successful in this? Will it be Sam Darnold and his Seattle Seahawks, or Drake May and the New England Patriots? If you're not familiar, Drake is only 23 years young, married to his high school, actually middle school sweetheart. And through it all, just a decade ago, he was in that stadium where the San Francisco 49ers play in Santa Clarita, California, watching his favorite team, the Carolina Panthers, in Super Bowl 50. 10 years later, living the American dream of countless young men who play a legendary game named football. Kalshi.com/RSBN. Who will win that game? It's sports, music, politics, culture, and more. Trade a bet today at Kalshi.com/RSBN. And we are going to toss right back to TrumpAccounts.gov, this great thing taking place in Washington, D.C.
Good morning, everyone. We are so excited to be joining you for the launch of this incredible program and investment in the next generation. We were pitched to do this event as a moms panel, so we are all moms up here and would love to start our conversation today talking about our journey as mothers and what this program is going to mean for our children and grandchildren. To start, if you're unfamiliar with me, my name is Isabel Brown. I'm a content creator and the host of the Isabel Brown Show, The Daily Wire, a daily show geared towards Generation Z, where we discuss a whole host of cultural issues every day, from religion to politics, food, parenting, dating, and everything in between. But much more importantly, I am a mom to a beautiful 9-month-old little girl who just fell asleep backstage, or she would be sitting out here with us. Her name is Isla, and between my husband's job here in the administration in DC and my work, we are a very, very constant in our family to a greater service to this next generation, but so excited to be teaching our children every step of the way what it means to create the American dream, both in our home and around the country. So very excited about this program. Rebecca, how about you?
I am a mother of two, a 6-year-old boy and a 2-year-old girl. And I'm also 40 and pregnant. I'm due in June, the beginning of June, another summer baby. I'm so delighted to be here, and I'm so happy that everybody is here as well, because it seems like we're all on the same page as far as how important this is for our children, how important this is for the future of America. And a part of our children's future is making sure that they have opportunity. And obviously when you have money, it's a tool, and you have way more opportunity. And so I'm so happy. I'm calling him Grandpa Trump because I feel like he's giving my child, something like a nice gift. And yeah, so I'm just so thrilled to be here and share more about, the importance of this Trump accounts.
Well, hello, everybody. I'm Caroline, for those in the crowd whom I have not met, and it's great to see so many beautiful babies here today. They offered to bring our children. Isabel brought her perfectly behaved, beautiful daughter who's sleeping backstage. They said, you can bring your son. I said, if I brought my 18-month-old son, he would be diving off of this stage. He would be pulling our hair. He would be crazy. Boys and girls are very different, and I'm going to soon learn that myself. I have an 18-month-old, and then, of course, one on the way. So I'm due in May, and very much looking forward to having a daughter. I'm very excited and proud to be here on behalf of the President and the White House today. The Trump accounts are an incredible initiative, perhaps the most pro-family initiative, one of the many pro-family initiatives this president has worked very hard to deliver upon. And I was so honored to really have a firsthand seat to watch how hard President Trump and the White House worked to get this initiative signed into law, and to really see this idea grow into a reality, to bring us here today where American families across the country can literally sign their children up for these accounts, which will lead to future investments, the reawakening of the American dream in this country. So it's just an honor to be here as not just the White House press secretary, but also as a mother, and sitting beside the great Cheryl Hines, for those who don't know.
Well, thank you for that introduction. Yes, my name is Cheryl Hines. I am a mother of 7. My daughter...
God bless.
Thank you. Hold for applause now. Okay. My daughter, Catherine, is here today. Kat, you want to stand up and wave to everybody? She doesn't, but she will. I had one child, Catherine, and then when I married Bobby Kennedy Jr., he had 6, so together we have 7. And as I'm reminded, I am also a grandmother of 3. I don't feel like a grandmother, that's why it's hard to...
You don't look like one either, girl.
It took you long enough to get there. But yeah, so we have a very big family, and it's there's always something going on. And like you were talking about, as a mother, as a parent, you have a lot of responsibilities just trying to get through the day sometimes. And then when your child turns 18, they are going off on their own as an individual. So as a parent, all of those years, you're trying to pave the way for them, to teach them, to let them become more and more independent. And I love this program because it's not about red or blue politics. This is about every American having a start, having an investment in their future from the time they're born. So I know that we're going to talk about it, but that's why I wanted to be here today, because I think that's very exciting.
So exciting and very important. Caroline, let's start with you just on some of the nuts and bolts of the program itself. You have a beautiful baby girl on the way, which is so very exciting. So I imagine you will be signing your daughter up for a Trump account. How do families do this logistically?
Yes. So I will be signing up my daughter for a Trump account. What perfect timing, am I right? But this initiative, I would encourage everyone, if they have not, and I would encourage the media in the back as well, to please take a look and cover trumpaccounts.gov. This is the way that families across the country can learn more and can actually sign up for the accounts. And I know the Department of Treasury and the IRS have worked incredibly hard to upscale their web design and website to ensure that this is as easy and accessible accessible as possible. I'm blown away by the website. I tweeted it out on my own account this morning because I really think it's important for people to see how easy this initiative and accessible it is. The website design is just beautiful. It's forward-looking. It's futuristic. It's as easy as an app on your iPhone, to make it really simple for parents who, to Cheryl's point, are so busy, and filing taxes for many can be a headache, but this is something to really look forward to. And so for families with children and newborns who are eligible for that $1,000 really startup bonus, that seed in the account to get this investment started, it's an incredible thing that so many parents across the country can take advantage of now. And even if your child was born outside of the eligibility years, you can still sign up for an account at any time, and you can start that seed fund with your own investment. I also just want to point out how incredible this initiative is because it brings the private sector and the federal government together, which is something President Trump does best. He is a businessman at heart. He is running the federal government like it's a company, trying very hard to, cutting through the bureaucracy and the waste and the fraud. And this program, this initiative, is an example of seeing philanthropists and businessmen and women and entrepreneurs come together with those at the highest level of government to do what's right for American families. So also big thank you to Michael Dell and his wonderful wife and the Dell family, who have been just a huge part of this, and all of the other successful Americans and companies who have generously donated. Two stats I want to point out, if I could. I like to bring the receipts when I know the press will be in the room. 38% of Americans don't own stock, but with these Trump accounts now, every single newborn child within the years of eligibility will be invested in the stock market. And I think that's a really beautiful thing. And I know Secretary McMahon at the Department of Education is working really hard to sort of upgrade our curriculum across the country, allowing states to lead first so that children can learn about the stock market, can learn about our economy, can learn about these basic life skills that they should be taught in our classrooms. This is something our children are going to be learning about for generations to come and benefiting from themselves. And then secondly, this statistic blew me away so much, I had the fact checkers fact check it again, but it's true. As parents, if we make maximum contributions to our child's Trump account, the projected value will be nearly $1.1 million by the time they are 28 years old. That is incredible. By the time your child is 28 years old, the Trump account could earn them up to $1.1 million. I'm 28 years old right now. I wish I had a Trump account back in 1997, so this is amazing.
Yes, indeed, and I think it's so interesting to look at this retroactively, understanding that for many Gen Zers in our country, financial literacy was never a part of our curriculum growing up. No one taught us how to file for our taxes. No one taught us how to purchase a home or to invest in the stock market.
Or even to fill out a job application.
Absolutely correct. So making sure that our children have this capacity is so important from the education side. But Cheryl, you talked about parenting as launching your children successfully into the world. Are you hopeful that new parents, and this generation of new parents in particular, has the chance to learn some financial literacy along the way with our kids through this program?
Well, I do. I think that this program is so helpful in that way because, like you're talking about when you were growing up, when I was growing up a long time ago, we didn't talk about money in our house. We didn't have any money in our house. My parents worked very hard and they were just getting by. But even to talk about finances, to talk about money was so stressful. And it was stressful because we just didn't have any. So to start an account that has money in it, that is going to be that child's account, is such a great way to introduce finances, financial literacy, financial independence, and a great time for parents to be able to talk about it with their children. And, we all know every child develops differently at different ages. So as a parent, you can keep connecting with your child when they're 8, when they're 10, when they're 12, and look at the account, look at what that interest is. And like you were talking about too, having parents I don't want to say donate, that's not the right word, is it? Invest, contribute, and even like Kevin O'Leary was saying, once you start working, I started working when I was 14, to have an employer invest in that account is very exciting, and it is hopeful. It's the opposite of stressful. It is time to talk about your child's future with them, and I think that's just so great. And a child will already be emotionally invested in that because it's theirs.
Not only is this creating a major pendulum swing for the financial security of our children's future, which is so important in and of itself, but Rebecca, I think this also marks a huge cultural shift that we're seeing in response to what can only be described as the degradation of the American family we've witnessed throughout our lifetime. In the last several years, marriage rates have been at a historic low. We know our fertility rate as a country is at a historic low. Our vice president spoke last week at the March for Life here in DC about his goal and dream to have America make more babies, which they are putting their money right where their mouth is as a beautiful second family right now in office. Your organization does incredible work ensuring that moms feel that greater sense of service to our society and culture at large. Do you think we may see more moms and dads as a result of this program?
Yes. Short answer, yes. I'm so grateful that it's colliding at the time that it is, because the more involved I am getting into my Moms for America organization, it's just so on par with what I am doing in my children, in raising them to be America-loving, learning from our founding fathers, learning how, if the more you learn about our founding fathers, you can't not be affected by their character that they all had. And instilling that in my children, starting at, my daughter, I have a couple books, but she's only 2. My 6-year-old is really, at the age, like you were saying, Cheryl, every age is different, and you kind of have to just figure out how you can relate to them at that point and how you can teach them things at that point, because then it changes. Like, as soon as you figure out your child, like, they're changing. But I think that it's just another way to invest in them and to love our country even more, and to be grateful and know the privilege that we have as Americans. My husband is born in Denmark, and so he has a very unique perspective. He's always had the American dream ever since he was my son's age. When he was a little kid, he wanted to move over here because he's a numbers guy as well, so he understood the opportunity. And so that is very exciting, and accountability as well. Accountability because how I grew up, my parents got divorced and my life was a mess, and it's fine, it made me who I am, but I didn't have any kind of foundation to build on. And in the beginning of my life, starting out, I always felt there was a hindrance, and that was I wasn't financially free to do anything. And even after I took out loans for college, I just, you have it on your credit, and then you can't, so it's just the fact that I get to do this for my children is really, it makes me emotional, because it's really setting them up for an amazing life. But accountability, I have a funny story to tell you. My 6-year-old's in debt right now. And when I told him that, he was like, "I'm in debt? What does that mean?" Because he thought it was okay to go on Amazon. He's not allowed to do that, but he went on Amazon and bought $800 worth of Pokemon cards. No. $800. And he's very much into soccer cards and Pokemon cards. And so when I actually told him about his Trump account, he was so excited. He already started thinking of the business that he would have. He said, "I don't want to go to school. I want to start a business with that money." He thought I said 3,000, but I said it's going to be more around 300,000. That's our goal. But anyway, he said, "I want to start now." And I said, "No, Mads, you can't do that." And he was like, "Why?" And I said, "Because you're in debt." And he's like, "Well, what does that mean?" I'm like, "That means that you can't do anything until you pay off that debt. You don't have money to invest in your business, because investing in your business, you have to go find the cards, keep them for a little bit, and then sell them. I guess that's how it works. I don't know. So anyway, so as a 6-year-old, for him to grasp that, he then knew. He quickly got it, and then he went to my husband and he told him, he's like, Daddy, Mommy said I'm in debt, and you know, all this stuff. So, but now we have a chart, and he is working off his debt to us. So, you know, it starts so young. I mean, sometimes as a mom, I think, oh, well, I'll get there. Like, I'm going to teach them that, but they're too young. But it's really, you can really start now.
Anytime, yeah, and that's actually wildly important for parents with young children today. You mentioned passing on the American dream, and I think it's important for us to sit with that for a moment, because pretty much every pollster and media organization will tell you today that young adults no longer believe in the American dream. We think it's a disillusionment, it's no longer available to our generation, and yet behind us I see a beautiful headline that we're jump-starting the American dream for this next generation. That messaging is so important, Caroline, because I really do think that's setting the tone for culture at the top. It's not telling young people, figure it out for yourselves, we're going to continue borrowing from our country's financial future and throwing you under the bus as a process. To the contrary, we're flipping the script and the narrative in Washington through these Trump accounts by investing in the next generation and telling them you can be the champion of your own future, and generationally, the American dream continues to survive. That's happening at the same time as a bit of a baby boom down the street at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue that you are participating in. Can you speak to the culture that is
We practice what we preach.
Yes, you do. Can you speak to that culture that is so pro-family and how that's manifesting in so many different policies like this one?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, there is a very pro-family culture in the White House, and I credit the president to that, and also our great chief of staff, Susie Wiles, who really just encourages and supports all of us as young parents. There's several other young mothers in the West Wing and many young mothers across the whole White House complex, but there's also several young fathers whom I work alongside. And so there are always children, toddlers, babies in the West Wing in our offices, and it's totally normal. And I think that's a really beautiful thing because we are able to not just work for the greatest president in our lifetimes, but also raise beautiful young families. And that opportunity has been provided to us directly by the president and our chief of staff, Susie. So thank you to both of them. But I think the fact that that culture in the White House exists is because the president understands that the essence and the foundation of the American dream is the American family. And I'm sitting and listening to Rebecca's stories of her household. You know, those will be core memories for your son. We all have core memories from our childhood. One of mine is when my mother brought me to TD Bank up in New Hampshire to start my very first bank account. I think I was probably 10 years old. And I remember bringing in my little purse and sitting with the bank teller and thinking, this is so cool. And that was my very first checking account, which was a joint checking account at the time with my parents, and watching that grow, and then working at our family's ice cream stand throughout the years. And these Trump accounts are going to really form core memories for parents and their children within their households, which will set up our country one household at a time for success. And in addition to these Trump accounts, these are a huge initiative, but it's just one small piece of the puzzle with respect to all President Trump is doing. If you look at the One Big Beautiful Bill in its entirety, the largest middle-class tax cuts for working families in American history. No tax on tips for service workers, no tax on overtime for our law enforcement officers and anyone who is working overtime to try to make ends meet. No tax on Social Security for our seniors. And in addition to prosperity, the other most important facet of the American dream is safety. And as a mother, there's nothing you want more than your child to be safe and healthy in this country. And thank you to your husband for all he's doing to make America healthy again. That's an amazing that the president promised, and he delivered by appointing your husband and all of the great work they're doing at HHS. But I think safety and health and prosperity are really the three things as parents you want the most for your children. And if you look across the board at all of the policies this president is implementing, from Trump accounts to border security to working with local law enforcement to make our cities safe places for American families, removing dangerous, violent criminals from American streets, and again, making America healthy again. Just everything this administration is doing is restoring the American dream, and it's very exciting to be part of.
And it really does start inside the White House. Caroline and I, if you didn't know, met when we were interns for the White House in 2018.
We started from the bottom together, Isabel.
Life is crazy how it all works out. And back then, you know, it was classic DC work culture, I think still. It always is, whether you're on the Hill or the administration. You want to be the first one at work and the last one to leave, really prove yourself, and it's always been that way in this city. But I can't tell you how many young families I hear from in the administration who are constantly told, it's 6 o'clock, what are you still doing here? Get home to your baby. You can finish this at home. That's so much more important in the legacy that we are building as an administration. You could be sending from here at the White House. And a huge component of that, Cheryl, that I'm constantly talking about with my audience in our show is this intergenerational family dynamic. There are so many new grandparents in America right now that are so excited about participating in their grandchildren's lives. My baby is the first grandchild on both sides, so we have very excited grandparents across the spectrum in our family. What do these accounts mean for you and your grandchildren, knowing that this is not just something we pass on to the next generation, but theoretically transforms our families and our economy moving forward into several generations?
Yes, well, it's like what we've all been talking about. I think as a grandparent, it's exciting to sit down with a 3-year-old, look at numbers, ask, what do you want when you're 18? What do you want when you're 25? What do you want when you're 30? And if you had $1,000 right now, what would you do with it? Which is a really fun game to play with a 3-year-old because it's probably candy or Pokemon. But even just to talk to them, to hear them, and then like we talked about, when they get older, they'll have different dreams and ideas. But as a grandparent, as a parent, it's exciting to be a part of that. And as a grandparent, it's nice to know you can put money into an account for your grandchild or your child. My sister is also here today, Dr. Becky Hines. We were talking about what's great about this account, because at some point when your child is maybe 12, and maybe your grandmother asks your 12-year-old girl what she wants for the holidays, and as a grandmother, you're going to get her that ugly sweater that you love to give. But maybe she'll say, what I would rather have from you is the $50 to put into my accounts, because I'm saving, and this is what I want to do with the money. So it's a very exciting, empowering tool and learning tool. And so it's fun. It's like we said, they're invested emotionally and financially. So it's something that you can work together as a family. And we were talking about having a lot of siblings growing up, and I
asked you if it was crazy having 7, because it was crazy to be one of 7.
Yeah, because how many did you have? How many siblings?
The 5th of 7.
Yeah, 7.
Yeah.
So when you're in a big family like that and you're one of many children, a lot of times you don't have your own thing. You're waiting to get the hand-me-down dress from your sister or the old bike from your brother. But so to know that you have your own accounts and you have control over it, you get to decide what you're going to do with it. It's not your parents deciding for you. It's when you're 18, you get to decide. It's very, it gives someone a feeling of pride, a feeling of individuality and independence.
Absolutely, and it's a huge shift, I think, into that individuality that typically when we were growing up, the idea was you had a college investment account and you were expected to use that for tuition dollars. Rebecca, you said your son wants to start a business when he turns 18 and wants to make sure that he has the chance to be an entrepreneur. What an incredible foundation to be able to give him. When it comes to investing in your own American dream for teenagers now and children who will grow up with these accounts, do you think that's going to create more of an entrepreneurial spirit with this next generation?
Absolutely. I mean, going off what Cheryl was saying, you know, whether you're in a big family or a small family, just that that specific investment to them as an individual, you know, is it, over and over and over, because kids are, it's repetition, right? And, just they can start to dream their dreams every day you bring. And there was something else I was going to say. I'm pregnancy brain.
We've all been there many times.
I hear that too.
But yeah, I see that in my son because, but I really want to bring up the Moms for America organization because I really encourage everyone to visit the website if they can. They have a Grammy Grizzlies group too. So
Grammy Grizzlies, Cheryl. Sounds fun.
But it's it's like it just gives encouragement. Actually, they talk a lot about health. I'm sorry, I know that's not the most flattering.
No, I enjoy the name.
It's a privilege. It really is. It's
No, it is a privilege. I actually wanted to ask you that. Do they call you Grandma, or what do they call you?
They call me Share Bear.
Share Bear.
So you are a Grammy Grizzly. That's perfect.
I am a bear. You're right.
Share Bear. That's so cute.
That's powerful.
I love it. But I can't help but think of that when I think of the talks that I will have with my children for their investment account. Because it just goes back to the foundation of the dream that our founding fathers had, and so.
Caroline, I'm curious on this. The media is here today, and you deal with media day in and day out with your job. I'm already starting to see an interesting reaction to the idea that we do have a fertility crisis and a marriage crisis, a family crisis, as some sort of partisan political talking point, that it only applies to one side of the political aisle today. And I'm sure there will be many who come out saying, because it's called the Trump account, this is not a good idea for our society or a positive investment in the next generation. What message would you tell the media and those who might be skeptical about this, that this really is about all of our families and about the entire American people?
Well, we will try our best to get fair coverage on these accounts, and I do think for the most part the coverage has been positive and fair because it is such an overwhelmingly positive and nonpartisan issue. However, it is unfortunate that most Democrats on Capitol Hill voted against the piece of legislation that signed these Trump accounts into law. So remember that, Americans, who's voting for these Trump accounts and investments and who is not. But I would just add that it is unfortunate, the bias in the legacy media. We do fight it every day, but I would encourage everyone who's here to please cover this fairly and honestly, because this is an incredible initiative that really has the potential and the power to change lives. And that's why the president is showing up here today. We've already done a few Trump account events with him over at the White House, but he wanted to come in just a few minutes, I believe, to speak with all of you directly about this again, because it is such an incredible achievement for our country and for our children. And it's something that, to Cheryl's point, red or blue or nonpartisan, I think all Americans can and should be able to celebrate, and that includes those in the media.
One more logistical question I had for you, Caroline, about the program is something that really I haven't seen any coverage about in the media at this point. We know that if your baby is born within a certain window, they'll have the $1,000 bonus, which is a fantastic investment in their future. Parents can contribute up to $5,000 annually from a tax-deductible standpoint, which is amazing. But employers are also eligible to contribute to these accounts, and I haven't seen anyone talk about that. Can you share a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so just to go back to the eligibility, if your child was born January 1st, 2025 through 2028, you're eligible for that $1,000 sort of seed fund to get the Trump account up and running from the United States government, and then an additional $5,000 each year contributed by yourself or others into the account, maximum $5,000. Employers are also allowed to contribute, which I think is an incredible thing for businesses, small, medium, and large. And it's something that I believe, as a young mother myself, and having a lot of friends who work in the private market and private sector, employers should use as a recruiting tool. I mean, how wonderful when you are trying to hire the best and brightest talent coming out of our colleges and universities to really use this as as a recruiting tool for these young people who want to work at these big companies and corporations. You can tell them, we'll invest in you, and not just you, but also your future and your children. So again, this is just a beautiful example of President Trump knowing that the private sector often works best, and while he's the head of the entire United States federal government, finding ways to work with entrepreneurs and businessmen and women who are enabling the American dream. And those great men and women should not be demonized. They should be celebrated, and they should have a partnership with this administration and administrations to come as well.
Cheryl, we've talked a couple of times about your husband's effort to make America healthy again, which we are so deeply grateful for. And I'm curious to get your perspective on financial security as an element of that. Health certainly is multifaceted when it comes to what we eat, the pharmaceuticals that we take, our mental health and spiritual health. But what will this mean for the next generation of Americans?
I think it really speaks to mental health. Like I said, when I was younger, and when you don't have money, it is very stressful. And it's hard to talk about. You internalize it. You oftentimes don't, if you're a parent, you're not sharing that with your children. So this is a positive way to talk about finances, to plan for the future, to have a peace of mind. Even as a parent, I could probably name 50 parents who have kids who said, the day they're born, I'm going to start an account. But the day they're born, you're already working 24 hours a day, and that may not have happened. And so for a parent, it gives you a peace of mind that there is an account there for that, only for that child. So it brings you a sense of calm. You're talking about money in a positive way. It brings you some mental health ease. So I do think when you're talking about MAHA and you're talking about a healthy lifestyle, that also includes finances, because you can take care of yourself all day and eat right and exercise, but if you are under so much stress because you don't know how to make financial decisions, it will affect. I think this program is, like we're saying, it's bipartisan. It's not about politics. It's about children and families, and I think it's really a great program.
In our last few minutes together, I would love to switch gears a bit as we await the president's arrival here to just ask what this is going to mean for moms and what legacy you all are leaving as a mom for your family. Parenting has been so demonized in so many different ways in our culture throughout our lifetime, and I think young women especially have been told such negative things about the experience of raising the next generation, of experiencing pregnancy, and all of the beautiful things that come along with that. We have two pregnant moms here on stage today, and very busy women. We're all working women in our own way, but I think we would all say our family is certainly the most beautiful thing that has ever happened to our lives. So if you can share a bit about what that means for you and how you will encourage the next generation to that for themselves as well, that would be phenomenal. Rebecca, we can start with you.
Thank you. So I never really knew who I was until I became a mom, and I know that may sound corny, but it's absolutely true, and I didn't know what I was capable of either until I became a mom. And going back to what Cheryl was saying, I will testify on that. That was me in my 20s and even into my early 30s, mostly my 20s, when you should be like, this is me, it's my life, I'm going out into the world, but I didn't have that. So but yeah, it's motherhood for me has been a constant refining process, and it's never done. Like God does so many things through my children to me as a person, and you never know how many faces selfishness has until you have children, and you're like, I'm starving and I'm tired. When is it about me? But you're always putting them first, and it's the biggest sense of purpose I've ever felt, and it's the biggest dump of joy at the end of the day. And I've done a lot of cool things in my life, but there's absolutely nothing that I can compare it to. It's the most rewarding thing, and it's also has a very, there's a stigma attached to it. Like, your life will be over if you have kids, or you're not going to be yourself anymore. But that's right, you're going to be someone better. You're going to be someone way better, and you're going to meet a part of yourself that you were destined to be. And again, I don't want to sound so corny, but it's really by God's design.
Yeah.
You know, we are the life givers. We are the heartbeat of the home, and we're the heartbeat of the nation. And we are responsible. We have the privilege to have the responsibility of investing in little humans that love you so much and putting them out into society. And if we just get back to that, I think that is another, part of the equation in America. And I just want to point just one thing. Like George Washington, his mother was, you can go throughout his journals and things. He loved his mother. His mother did everything to, create who he was really. And I didn't even know this. He was about to the British Royal Navy. Did you know that? And she was like, I don't think so. You're going to pray and you're going to ask for God's direction. And so he did. And so anyway, that, knowing that about our history, I think is very important for moms as well. And there's just so many people, not just in America, but around the world that had, such a big impact in shaping world's history and American history. Yeah,
I don't think
awesome.
any of us could have said it better ourselves. So very powerful. Thank you all so much for your role in serving our country in different ways and serving your beautiful families. And thank you again to President Trump and to our Treasury
Thank you.
Department for this
Thank you,
incredible
everyone.
investment. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
And we are covering today the Trump Accounts event in Washington, D.C. Some moments away, President Donald Trump should be joining us on the soon end of this, scheduled for 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern. Thank you for joining us. I'm Robert McNeely with Right Side Broadcasting Network, and we'd like to thank our sponsors here on this fantastic network, angelpace.com, the Miracle out of Spring, Texas, right off the Gulf of America. And there you can find the Miracle Cream. It's the OG, and I use it on a daily basis. Vitamin B Essentials, and especially this time of year with these winter storms, I hope you're still not snowed in. We should be able to clear out today just a bit more, but there's some more on the way, unfortunately. So great to keep your skin hydrated during those times. And the orange option, great to have that extra boost of vitamin C to help with the collagen, as well as the natural facial spray. Christian owned, they hire veterans. They're based again out of Spring, Texas, a wonderful place to live outside the Houston Metroplex off the Gulf of America. It's angelpaste.com. They're also hiring veterans. As you might ask yourself, as the great Marine veteran J.D. Vance, our 50th Vice President, has said, do not fear. There are opportunities with artificial intelligence, and this is perhaps the best thing to incorporate. Venice.ai/RSBN. Get 20% off now from the Google Play Store or the Apple Store for this amazing application. Whether it's, we do so much with our phones nowadays, so whether it's email to text, even voicemails and phone calls, make sure you're protected and you not only have the spam coming in and making those ridiculous calls, but making sure that someone on the other end is not listening or watching. That could be Venice.ai/RSBN there to protect you with 20% off right now and code RSBN20. So go there, Venice.ai/RSBN. Probably the smartest thing you will do today, so do not delay that on this Wednesday, January 28th, 2026. It's always a joy to be with you here on the right side of history, as President Trump laid out rather cleanly and rather straightforward to what's taking place in Minnesota. During the 4 years of crooked Joe Biden and Democrat failed leadership, tens of millions of illegal alien criminals poured into our country, including hundreds of thousands of convicted murderers, rapists, kidnappers, drug dealers, and terrorists. I won the election in a historic landslide. Republicans won majorities in both houses and the Senate in large part because we pledged to seal the border, which we have done, and launched the largest mass deportation of illegal alien criminals in American history. This deportation effort is underway and in Republican-run cities and states. Now, these operations are going peacefully and smoothly because local law enforcement officers are allowed to work with their federal counterparts. For example, if you live in Republican states like Texas and Georgia, Florida, Tennessee, Louisiana, in fact, ICE has arrested 150,245 criminal illegal aliens over the past year. Zero protests, no riots, and no chaos. Why is that? Because local police and ICE are cooperating and working together. Meanwhile, Democrat-run sanctuary cities and states refusing to cooperate with ICE, and they are actually encouraging left-wing agitators to unlawfully obstruct their operations to arrest the worst of the worst people. By doing this, Democrats put illegal alien criminals over tax-paying, law-abiding citizens. They have created dangerous circumstances for everyone involved. Tragically, 2 American citizens losing their lives as a result of this Democrat-ensued chaos. And that's why President Trump sending Tom Homan to Minneapolis, Minnesota to sit down with the governor, Walz, and with the mayor, Fry, and demanding these immediate reforms to enforce our nation's laws. Number one, Governor Walz and Mayor Fry should turn over all criminal illegal aliens that are currently incarcerated in their state prisons and jails to federal authorities, along with all illegal criminals with an active warrant or known criminal history for immediate deportation. Number two, state and local law enforcement must agree to turn over all illegal aliens arrested by local police. Number three, local police must assist federal law enforcement in apprehending and detaining illegal aliens who are wanted for crimes. Number four, Democrat politicians must partner with the federal government to protect American citizens in the rapid removal of all criminal illegal aliens in our country. Some Democrats in places like Memphis, Tennessee, or Washington, D.C. have done so, working with the administration, resulting in safer streets. As President Trump concluded, all these requests rooted in common sense to make America great again, ultimately making America safe. And we've seen some positive developments in all of those discussions and, in a sense, negotiation of simply watching for looking over and enforcing Title VIII. But with cut number 22, Mr. Producer, if we do have that available, President Trump is surprised that Mayor Jacob Fry just stated that Minneapolis does not and will not enforce federal immigration laws. And this is after having had a very good conversation with him. Could somebody in his inner sanctum please explain this statement? It's a very serious violation of the law, and that he is playing with fire. So that coming early this morning from the President of the United States. As we gear up for the Trump accounts, we hope you've been enjoying this early end of the broadcast with, of course, the superstar press secretary Caroline Leavitt, joined by Isabel Brown, a podcast host over at the Daily Wire, a wonderful person too. She was very involved in Turning Point USA during my tenure there, and also Cheryl Hines, the lovely wife of the great Secretary of Health and Human Services, Bobby Kennedy Jr., and all of those wonderful women, beloved mothers as well. So good to see them there, with Secretary Scott Bessent kicking it off this morning, stating that within his 5-minute speech, you have a situation where 21 children born in that span of time, and probably since then in America, maybe triple of that number right now. So in all this time that we've had this Trump accounts session going on before the president to give the keynote there this morning, hundreds of births potentially right here in America. And that's where it affects you and yours with these accounts. As Caroline mentioned, why, man, I wish I had that in 1997. And gosh, I wish that was existing back in 1988 as well. If children are 10 or under, they are eligible for this program, which will mirror somewhat of an IRA. But especially if they're born last year through 2028, each individual or couple could contribute $5,000 per year to this plan, and the government can match up to $2,500. So say you don't tap into this, say the child goes to trade school or even wants to utilize a 2 or 4 year college or university institution, by the age of 60, $2.2 million approximately in the war chest, and then by 18, $191,000 plus. So that's a great way to start off this reinvestment into the American populace. And through tariffs and through the generosity, truly, actually mostly in this situation, this program will thrive. There is no question about that as we watch everything there. We'll go to a quick commercial break for sponsors here on the right side of history. But before that, we will do All Family Pharmacy, the great online pharmacy that's changing the traditional way things happen when it comes to getting life-saving medications. Go to allfamilypharmacy.com/emergency-kits for 20% off now with code RSBN20. And I have one right here. So this is what they come in, a nice little travel kit, whether it's flu or sickness or especially that Tamiflu, something very good to get this year as flu numbers are really through the roof. And they're beating the whole game of traditional pharmacies because there's no bureaucracy, there's no red tape. If you don't have insurance, that's okay. You just need a pharmaceutical note. A U.S. licensed doctor reviews all that and sends those medications right to your door. Life-saving, in real time. It's ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, NAD+, methylene blue, but also central antibiotics and antivirals. And that Tamiflu, that's something I recommend in addition to those common sense things of getting enough sleep, working out, and eating right. This will definitely be a bolster and a help to the family at home. allfamilypharmacy.com/emergency-kits. RSBN20 is the code. And Kalshi.com/RSBN, who will win Super Bowl 60. That's going to be on February 8th of 2026 between the Seattle Seahawks, Sam Darnold taking on Drake May in a resurrection of the New England Patriots. Can they capitalize on what they once did with the great Tom Brady, who is now doing some great commentary in his own right for Fox Sports? We look forward to that competition. It's music, sports, culture, more politics, all at Kalshi.com/RSBN. You're living the American dream. You might as well bet and trade on it in this golden era. And with America 250 in full swing, we look forward to an entire year of midterms, and we will be going through some endorsements of President Trump, whether it be state Senate seats, state House to Congress. He has been sharing those thoughts with constituents and viewers on Truth Social. But in the meantime, we'll take a quick commercial break for sponsors. Stick with us here on the right side of history.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live. Look, don't forget to watch my show right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's imperative that you do so, okay? Bye-bye.
Okay. And the President of the United States, Trump accounts in Washington, D.C.
Next to you and defend her still today, 'cause lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
All right, let's get down to business. That's enough of that. But how good is Lee Greenwood? He was with us right from the beginning. First time I walked onto the stage, I heard that song, I liked it. I said, let's use it. That was 10 years ago, and he's been with us all the way. Fantastic guy. There's never been a man that made so much money from one song ever, and I'm happy about it. But I'm delighted to be back in the beautiful Mellon Auditorium, a wonderful family. Tim Mellon is a great guy. He's the current version of the Mellons, a fantastic person. To celebrate a thrilling new milestone for America, the first generation of Trump account children. Trump account children. For the first time ever, we're going to give every newborn American child a financial stake in the future, of life, and a fair shot at the American dream, something people don't talk about so much, at least not for the last 4 years they haven't been, but now they're talking about it big. This last period of time, it's been unbelievable. When you see what's going on with our economy, the tremendous investments that's been made in our country. We have over $18 trillion coming in. The most, I think, was 3. That was 10 years ago, another country, not even our country. We have $18 trillion, and we have thousands of businesses being built all over the country, and hundreds of massive plants, so big, car plants, AI plants. With the support of the men and women here in this beautiful room, over the next 15 years, we're going to put $3 to $4 trillion of wealth into the hands of young Americans who otherwise would have really started out with nothing. It's really an amazing thing because it gives young children that start out with really nothing, and we gives them, boy, it's more money than anybody could imagine. From their standpoint, they'll have a real start in life, and that's why decades from now, I believe the Trump accounts will be remembered as one of the most transformative policy innovations of all time. And I've done a lot of them. The tax cuts, we've done a lot of them, more than I think anybody. And I think this is going to be one of the most outstanding. Last summer, I signed the great, big, beautiful bill delivering. It made this possible, too. It actually made this possible. Without it, we wouldn't have been able to do this. Delivering the largest tax cuts in American history, including no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. And, you know, we did another thing. When you buy a car now, you get a deduction on interest payment if you borrow money. So think of it. Rich people get so many deductions. I'm the king of deductions. I love deductions. But people, middle-income people, never had a deduction before. Now they're getting a deduction on interest. They buy a car. That's going to have a huge impact on the automobile. By the way, there's one proviso. It has to be made in America. If the car's made in another country, no thank you. But they're all going to be made in America pretty soon because we have factories coming in from Canada, Mexico, Japan, Germany, all over Europe. They're all coming here to make their cars because they don't want to pay tariffs. Very simple. It wasn't very complicated. You'll see those numbers starting to produce. That's why you see these massive construction numbers, and soon when things start opening, you're going to see employment, and you're going to see wealth creation for middle-income people like you've never seen before. Every single Democrat in Congress voted to raise taxes on hardworking citizens. Their whole campaign was raise taxes. I've never heard of it before. All my life I grew up, and I hear politicians, we will cut taxes. This is the only group I've ever seen, we're going to raise your taxes. No wonder they lost. Actually, there were other reasons also. But together with the majorities in the House and Senate, we overcame their obstruction, and we put more money into the pockets of every working American than anyone thought even imaginable. Perhaps no provision of the great big beautiful bill will prove more consequential than Trump accounts. Under this program, the U.S. government will automatically create a tax-free investment account for every newborn American child, something that nobody really would have even thought of. There were some brilliant people that thought of it for a long time. They're here with us today. We're going to introduce a couple of them. But nobody really, I mean, I've had friends at the top people in business, they came up to me, whose idea was this? This is great. They said, I never thought of that. We'll fund those personal accounts with a seed contribution of $1,000, which will compound and grow over the course of their lives and could grow into very, very substantial numbers. Parents, employers, churches, states, and loved ones will also be able to add up to $5,000 in additional money for those accounts. And with every modest contribution, Trump accounts should reach at least $50,000 in value by the time the child turns 18, and could be very substantially more than that. With slightly greater contributions, the typical account will grow to $100,000, $200,000, and can even grow up to past $300,000 per child. And we think the most likely cases in the $200,000, $300,000 range. The size and scale of this wealth will dwarf all government programs ever created to benefit America's youth. There's never been anything like this. That's why everybody's talking about it. Even really people that truly hate me are making this investment. One person hates my guts. He put $1 billion into it. I said, you must like this program a lot because you can't stand me. I said, I do, but I do like you more than you think. They liked me more in the last year than they liked me before. Although we had a great first term, we can't forget that. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country, but this is blowing it away. So every president, thank you. Every president in modern history has left our children with nothing but debt. But under this administration, we're going to leave every child with real assets and a shot at financial freedom. We'll ensure that Americans don't just end their lives with a nest egg, but instead all Americans will begin their lives with a beautiful nest egg. There's never been anything quite like this. I want to express my tremendous gratitude to a very special couple who believe so strongly in this vision right from the beginning, that they personally donated $6.25 billion. That's $6,250,000,000. Even the 250 is a lot of money when you think. I mean, you know, Nikki, do you hear that money? That's big even compared to rapping. All the money she makes, she's hearing a number like that. She'll say, how many songs do I have to make to catch that? But amazing thing, $6,250,000,000 to fund Trump accounts for an additional 25 million children aged 10 and under. And that's Michael and Susan Dell, two incredible people. Where are you, Michael? Where's Michael? Stand up, Michael. What a great guy. What a great guy. You know, I tell you, he didn't do it for his business. He did it, I guess, probably would have been better off not doing it. That's a lot. But you know what? I hope everybody goes out and buys Dell computers. My son, I told you, Barron, he loves that computer. I don't know what the hell you're doing to it, but he likes it. But I just want to thank you very much, and Susan, it's unbelievable, really unbelievable what you've done. So Michael and Susan made this donation in recognition of America's 150th anniversary, because there's no better way to honor America's history than to invest in America's future. That's what they did. And this is perhaps the largest, one of the largest certainly, but perhaps the largest private donations of all time. That's a lot, $6.25 billion. And somebody did say that. A friend of mine, very rich, he's going to put up $100 million. And he said, geez, you know, think of it, the 250 that Michael has is a lot more than mine. And I haven't even talked about the $6 billion. But anyway, it's amazing when Michael can start off with very little money and build a fortune where he can, routinely make such a payment and investment in the youth of our country. Michael, you're great. Thank you, man. Thank you. And I also want to say hello to and thank some very special people that have been with my administration and really become friends of mine. On occasion, I have little arguments, but generally, I would say really good. And and start off with a man who's doing a phenomenal job, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Scott, thank you very much, Scott. And he loved this right from the beginning, Scott, right? He saw this and he said, wow, what a great idea that is. This is, hundreds of thousands of dollars by the time they reach 18, but we can go 21. They can keep it in longer. But he saw this right from the beginning. He said, wow, this is great. And we have some other ideas that hit everybody. This was an easy one to think about. And again, that bill allowed us to do this. Otherwise, can you imagine trying to get this approved by Democrats and Republicans? Let's get together. We got it done. Also, a man who's made your life much easier, because those of you that are building plants and equipment so you can give your money, ultimately you're giving your money away anyway, no matter how much you make. But he's made it a lot easier. Approvals for big plants used to take 20 years, 25 years, and then you'd get rejected, actually. You'd go 20 years environmentally, and they'd reject you. You finally, if I think of it, a guy starts young, he starts an approval process. By the time he's middle-aged, they take a vote, and he loses. It's not worth it. But we have a man that's getting these things done in a matter of weeks. And the biggest plants in the world are being built right now, and he's getting them done fast. He's getting electric plants built so that we can buy them, so they can open up their AI plants and they can open up their automobile plants, and lesser so. The automobiles, believe it or not, take much less electricity. You're going to have to tell me why you need so much electricity to create information. I said, what's your primary product? Information. Oh, I see. Information. It better be damn good information for the kind of money. But Lee Zeldin is a star, and he is Lee Zeldin is a star, and he has been incredible. Thank you, Lee. And, I have to say this, Scott and I were talking about it. So Lee went out to California after the fire, which would have never happened if they would have let the water flow from the Pacific Northwest, which everybody's been telling them, including me. Now I just opened it up. We literally sent in the military to open it up. But if they would have let, you wouldn't have had the fires, because you would have had a little thing called the old-fashioned way, water in the fire hydrants, as opposed to empty fire hydrants. You would have had water, and most of the houses had the sprinklers on top. No, there was no water in their sprinkler in their living room. All those fires wouldn't have started. But they did start, and I will say that Lee, the most difficult permit was Lee. I went there a couple of days after the fire, met so many people on the streets who were, in many cases, fairly wealthy people, some very rich people. Some of the best houses in California burned down. And I said to them, so what do you want to do? They said, sir, we want to start immediately. Well, we'll get you permits. Now, the hardest permit, Lee, was the federal permit. Is that right? He got everything done in 20 days, right? The whole thing? Is that a correct statement or less? 20 days. So he got everything done, 100% ready to go. And I went for a meeting, and this mayor, who's a grossly incompetent person, She said, we're going to try and have the permits done within 2 years. Remember that? I got into an argument. I said, you mean within 2 days, right? She said, no. And I'm meeting all these people as I'm walking along the streets with the fire departments and the policemen, and they're all devastated. You know, they're still smoldering. They weren't even allowed to go in their property. The Environmental Protection Agency local said, don't go on your property, okay? We said, it's okay, don't worry about it. Any problem is gone. Any problem is burned. Any germs are burned. They're burned. They were burned. Nobody's ever seen anything like it, but all so unnecessary that it happened. But we got it all done in 20 days, the whole place. And yet now, still, more than a year later, they don't have permits. Almost nobody is building. So I haven't told this to Lee Zeldin yet, but I'm going to put you in charge of getting permits. I think we're going to override the local authorities because they're never going to have it. And when I was told that there's a provision where you can override the local authority to get things done, because it's really, to me, it's a national emergency. What they've done to these people is horrible. It's just horrible. And they'll still vote Democrat. Can you believe it? After all, it's just, they get used to it. Although I must say we converted many. We'll probably convert a lot more. But I just want them to get into their houses. And I don't want a big section of the area built into low-income housing. They want to put low-income housing right smack in the middle of it. And that's not the American dream, you know? You didn't do that. And low-income housing is great. I built a lot of low-income housing, but you don't put it there. This is one of the richest neighborhoods in the world, and we're going to let those people. And I recommended strongly that everybody gets the approval, immediate approval to build a house, and you give them a 10% bonus so they can build a house 10% larger than they had before if they want, for all the suffering they've been caused. So they can build a little bit bigger house. So Lee, if you want, will you accept the job? Huh? He's under a lot of stress. Okay, all right? Override those people. Those people are incompetent. Between the mayor and the governor, they're incompetent. They'll never get approved. They'll never get approved. So do whatever you can, Lee. There's a provision that you're allowed to do it, and I'll sign it in 2 seconds, frankly. It'll never happen. I also want to introduce a man, Frank Pasigno. Now, if you met Frank, and if you knew Frank, he's quiet, but he's actually a stone-cold killer. He was one of the biggest people in business. He would have been sitting with you. In fact, now he's got a better seat because he's working for the government. He's the head of a lot of things, but the job he's done in this country is great, and he's working on Social Security and a thing called the IRS. He's working with Scott on both of them, really, but the IRS in particular, and he is a fantastic man. Where are you, Frank? Took the biggest pay cut in history. He went from being paid $35 million a year to being paid about $35 a year. I think you may have taken the biggest pay cut in history. He'd be close. He'd be one of the top 5, because a few people have done that. A few billionaires have sort of left. But Frank has gone from one of the most successful people. He worked with Jamie Dimon. I don't think Jamie likes me too much nowadays, but that's okay. I never minded that. But Frank, you are fantastic, and you're doing a great job. We appreciate it. Thank you. And thank you to the family. The director of National Economic Council, a man who's in the news a lot. You know, my only problem is I don't want to lose him. I will tell you that he's working from a big deficit because I don't want to lose him. He's so good. Kevin Hassett. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Kevin. A friend of mine, a senator who has been unbelievable. She's a tremendous woman, married to a great football player. Her husband is a massive man. This guy, he played in the NFL, I guess, for 11 years. He was top-of-the-line player. I met him. I said, that's not a normal situation. Look at this guy. This guy was seriously powerful, big, and he's as nice as he is big. And she is one of our best senators, Senator Katie Britt. Thank you, darling. From Alabama. I love Alabama. We love Alabama. Marsha Blackburn is an incredible person. Unfortunately, she's running for governor. She's running for governor of Tennessee. I'd love her not to. I begged her. I said, Marcia, we don't want to lose you in the Senate. But I have to say they're lucky. They're lucky to get you because you are a talent and a great person. And you've been with me all the way, and I appreciate it. And you're a very special person. Marcia, stand up, please. And a senator who's a friend of mine, you wouldn't believe that because we went through a rough campaign together. It was nasty. We got along so well, and everybody, we actually did joint rallies. Can you believe it? He wanted to get some of the action, so he's smart. He said, would you do a rally with me? But we did joint rallies, and the press used to say, will you ever, start fighting? I said, don't worry, it'll come. He said the same thing. Don't worry, it'll come. He's a very tough guy, very brilliant guy. In fact, when I said, because I had never gone into a debate before officially. My whole life was a debate, but I'd never debated before officially. And I said, let me find out about my competition. Who are these people? Because many of them, they were senators and mostly senators and governors. And I said, well, why don't we start with this guy named Ted Cruz? Let me, well, he was the best student at Harvard. #1 in his class. He was the best student at Princeton or something. And he was the national debate champion for 3 years. And I said, well, I don't like that. I didn't know that. I don't like that. And he was a very good debater, I will tell you that. He was a smart guy. But I'll never forget, because he was the first one I looked at. I've just joined the ranks of politics. And the first famous, that was the Rosie O'Donnell. Remember that? Only Rosie O'Donnell? Ireland, you can keep her. Ireland has done us tremendous. The head of Ireland said, are all your people this way? We don't want that. But Ted Cruz has one thing that I love. If I ever have problems, because it's hard to get people approved, he's a brilliant legal mind. He's a brilliant man. If I nominate him for the United States Supreme Court, I will get 100% of the vote. The Democrats will vote for him because they want to get him the hell out. And the Republicans will vote for him because they want to get him the hell out, too. Where's Ted? Where are you, Ted? And with all of that being said, he's a great guy, too. He's a great guy. We've become friends, and he's a very effective person, too. Thank you, Ted, very much. The man knows more about tax than anybody that I know. Jason Smith, congressman, wonderful person. Thanks, Jason. Thank you, Jason. Great job. Idaho Governor Brad Little, terrific guy. Thank you, Brad. Georgia Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones, who hopefully will be the governor of Georgia very shortly. They have a big race. He's leading by a lot in the polls. He was outstanding as a lieutenant governor. He's great everywhere, and I've endorsed him fully, so I don't want to, do anything that you don't know about. I have given him my complete and total endorsement. Burt Jones, where are you, Burt? Thank you, Burt. Great guy. Chief Design Officer of the United States, Joe Gebbia. Joe, thank you. Great idea, great ideas. Also, we have Mr. Wonderful, Kevin O'Leary. I like Kevin O'Leary. Where's Kevin O'Leary? Come on, Kevin, it's so nice. He's with me 90% of the time, but when he's with me, he's really with me. Great. And we got the TikTok deal done. Who the hell thought we could do that, right? I know. I wish he wanted to buy TikTok so much, and I would have done it, but his price was slightly lower. Slightly. He's fantastic. What a good, you're an entertainer, businessman, you had the whole quality, so I appreciate. I know what you did. Having done The Apprentice, I see you on television, you have what it takes, right? So I appreciate it, and thanks for all the nice things you do. And Cheryl Hines, where's Cheryl? Wow. Married to a very, very powerful, important man. And I said, I'll tell you, Bobby, she's strong. I watched her in an interview. I said, Bobby, you keep him in line, don't you? Huh? She said, yes, I do. She's got no choice. He's doing a great job, and so are you. Yeah, he's doing a great job. He's doing a very different kind of a job, too, and he's doing things that people have wanted to do for a long time. And they didn't have the courage, so say hello to Bobby, okay? We're also pleased, my daughter, she went crazy when she heard that this was happening. I want to go. She happens to be in the wrong state right now for that, but when she heard that there's a certain person that's here who's the greatest and most successful female rapper in history, Nicki Minaj. Come on. And, you know, and Nicki makes a lot of cash. Not as much as Michael Dell, not quite. Not as much, but that's okay. But Nicki makes a lot of money, and she's generously stepping up. She's investing hundreds of thousands of dollars in Trump accounts to support the children and really the children of her incredible fans. That's great. Focus on that. Why should you give to somebody else's fans? Give to your fans. I like that. But, and I just think she's great. You know, I've been hearing so much over the years, because I didn't know Nicki, and I've been hearing over the years she's a big Trump supporter and a Trump fan, and she took a little heat on occasion. Her community isn't necessarily, I tell you, we did pretty damn well with that, with your community, as we say. But Nicki has been an unbelievable supporter. She gets almost as much as Mr. Wonderful over here. He's been another one that's been so good. But I'd like to ask you to come up, Nicki. Come on up. Come on. She's been such a great supporter, and a great supporter of Trump accounts. And I said, I'm going to let my nails grow, because I love those nails. I'm going to let those nails grow. She's so good. She's been MAGA. What can I say? She's been with us all the way. Right, Alex? She's been with us all the way. And just want to thank her. And it wasn't so easy. For you, it was easier, right? You want to come up? You want to come up? Mr. Wonderful, come on up here. You've been terrific. Come on up.
Hello. Well, I don't know what to say, but I will say that I am probably the president's #1 fan. And that's not going to change. And the hate, or what people have to say, it does not affect me at all. It actually motivates me to support him more. And it's going to motivate all of us to support him more. We're not going to let them get away with bullying him and, you know, the smear campaigns. It's not going to work, okay? He has a lot of force behind him, and God is protecting him. Amen.
Thank you.
On behalf of all the entrepreneurs in America, I'd like to thank you, Mr. President, because we create 72% of the jobs. Companies 5 to 500 employees, and all we care about is policy. We love policy, pro-business policy, and these accounts are fantastic for independence and support. I thank you very much. It's all about the entrepreneur, and I think you know that, sir.
Thank you very much. Well, that was great. A little interlude. I don't know. That's better than getting Scott Bessent up. Thank you both very much. Two terrific people. When Trump accounts officially launch on July 4th of this year, every parent will be able to activate their accounts and access the funds at the trumpaccounts.gov. So it's all set up, all ready to go. It's beautiful. The site is beautiful. On that glorious day, we also expect to have commitments from generous private individuals in all 50 states, and they'll be making additional contributions for children in their own states. And Already, legendary investor Ray Dalio has pledged to adopt the entire state of Connecticut. That's pretty good, Michael. And thank you very much, Ray. Great legend. And today, one of the original advocates of this program has agreed to adopt his home state of Indiana, Brad Gerstner. Brad's here someplace? Where's Brad? Come on. I think Michael and Brad, would you come up here, please? Come up here. I mean, this isn't exactly Mr. Wonderful and Nikki, but I think they might be worth more money than Mr. Wonderful, right? These guys are worth a lot of money. But Brad is donating, listen to this, $250 to Trump accounts for all children under 5 in Indiana. So every children, all the children under 5, $250, and he'll be donating tens of millions of dollars more in matching contributions to millions of children all across the country. He's going to make a massive donation already. We know what it is. Brad is not only one of the most successful business people, he's the founder of the Invest America Foundation, and he's been working on this idea for years, and he was the one. He went over to see Michael. Michael loved it, and those two were a hell of a team, along with Mrs. Dell, who's been so great, Susan. I also delighted to report that dozens of major employers have signed up to add the Trump account contributions to the employee benefit packages, including Uber, Schwab, Charter Communications, and many, many others. And just today it was announced that Intel, NVIDIA, Broadcom, IBM, Steak and Shake, Coinbase, Continental Resources, and Comcast have all signed up for really big contributions. So I want to thank them. I want to have you two guys come on up. Would you say a couple of words? Brad and Michael, would you say a couple of words? That's a fantastic. Only Indiana. You can't do bigger. We love Indiana, but you know, how about Indiana, Iowa? No, we appreciate it. Big numbers. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, 4 years ago, we set off on a journey to reconnect every child in America with the American dream. This president ran on a Main Street agenda that too many people had been left out and left behind. And his articulation of no tax on tips, that doesn't help rich folks. That helps those left out and left behind. No tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. And when Ted Cruz authored the Invest America Act in the Senate, and Michael Dell partnered with me to bring the private sector to bear on this, we had the opportunity that this president was willing to sign. He immediately understood the impact. That this wasn't about the wealthy folks in America. This was about the 50 million American families who will be lifted up and reconnected to the American dream, because this is now the law of the land. Forevermore, every child in America, from rural Missouri to rural Indiana, from Trenton to Compton, is going to start off life with an investment account at birth, seeded with $1,000, where they privately own NVIDIA and Microsoft, all the greatest companies in this country, right? Not dependent on government, independent from government. Not more socialism. The answer to more socialism is more capitalism. This makes every child in America a capitalist from birth, and it would not have happened without the leadership of our Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, without the leadership of the Speaker and Ted Cruz in the Senate, but most importantly, and every business leader in America will tell you this, for too long they had no access in Washington to the White House. People didn't want to hear their ideas. This president is voracious in his desire to hear from America's leaders about how to make America better. This is citizen democracy at its best. An idea that started around a kitchen table in Silicon Valley makes its way to this day. I'm humbled and honored to be here, and I'm grateful for your leadership.
Thank you, Mr. President. As you heard from Brad, the fact that this bill got passed itself was a miracle, and it creates a platform for communities, for families, for corporations, for philanthropists to add to these accounts. And in not too many years, essentially every child in America will have savings invested in the greatest companies in this country. And that will change the face of this country over the next 10, 20, 30 years. We couldn't be more excited about this and the opportunity to make a difference. You know, the best investment a country can make is in its people, especially in its children. And this creates an incredible platform for that to occur at enormous scale. And we're excited to see it all come together. Thank you all so much.
Those are two fantastic people, I can tell you that. I want to give a very special thanks to some of the CEOs here this morning. Vlad Tenev of Robinhood, what a job he's done. Where's Vlad? What a job you've done. Young guy. Nice young guy, too. Arjun Sethi of Kraken. Arjun, thank you very much, wherever you are. Thank you. Anthony Noto of SoFi Technologies. SoFi. Thank you very much, Anthony. Right. These are the ones you read about, and Bill Ackman is here, Pershing Square, and Hock Tan of Broadcom, and so many others that if I name them, we'll be up here all day. But I just want to say that what a job you've all done. Incredible job, everybody. Just about everybody in this room. Not everybody. I'm not in love with everybody, but a couple of them I don't like very much. But if they're here, I'm starting to like them a lot better, because they're here for a very good reason. I'm officially calling on all employers all across America to follow the lead of many of these amazing companies and make matching Trump account contributions to benefit for the American worker, and they're going to benefit the American worker so much. This morning, I'm also pleased to announce that Visa is creating a brand new platform which will allow credit card holders to deposit their cashback rewards directly into Trump accounts. That's a big deal. Visa, thank you. Where's Visa? The head of Visa. Thank you very much, Visa. These initiatives could not come at a better moment because there's never been a better time to invest in the United States of America than right now. Who knew it would have happened this fast? I inherited a mess. We were a country that was laughed at a year and a half ago. We were laughed at. Now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world, nobody even close. So, you know, who knew this was going to take place this quickly? Right, Michael? I didn't think it was going to go that fast. I knew we were going to do it, but I thought it would take a couple of years at least. We just a couple of days longer than the first year, so it's really amazing. And just this morning as I'm running out, I see the S&P 500 hit 7,000 for the first time ever. So I say America is back. America is back. Since the election, the stock market has set 52 all-time record highs, adding $9 trillion in value. And $18 trillion of investment is pouring into the country. It's going to be higher than that. Just over 1 year ago, we were a country that lost its way. We were mocked and scorned, and every American child will now be and have access to something that is really incredible, and they can watch directly the economic boom that's taking place. This is a boom that's taking place, the likes of which we've really never seen. I don't think people, get it yet. Not a lot of people, they don't get it. They don't see the thousands of businesses being built, the hundreds and hundreds of massive factories that are going up all over. But they're going to start to see it. They're starting to see it. I mean, if they're modestly intelligent, if they're very intelligent, they saw it about a year ago. With us today is Craig Smith, a fourth-generation family farmer and volunteer firefighter from Culpeper, Virginia, along with his wonderful wife, Heather. Craig and Heather have an 18-month-old son and a 1-month-old that they also welcomed just recently, twin boys. And they can't wait to activate Trump accounts for all three of their children this July 4th. Craig and Heather, do you want to come up here, Craig and Heather? Where are you, Craig and Heather? Come on up, Craig and Heather, come on up. Come on up. It meant so much to them. People write letters. Every once in a while you get a letter, it just hits you. Craig and Heather, come on up. Thank you. That's great. Wow, look at this family, huh? They're a rich family now. The kids are richer than the parents. That's the way we want it. I thank you very much. Wow.
We just want to thank President Trump for all of his hard work and dedication to American families and farm families like ours. Farming is not always easy and sometimes margins are tight, so investments like this into our children really help us to buy diapers and formula and not have to worry about making financial decisions for them this early on. So thank you very much, President Trump.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. So nice. Also joining us today is the Goins family from Fayetteville, Arkansas. Charlie works in manufacturing, and he's here with his wife, Savannah, his high school sweetheart. In 2022, Charlie and Savannah opened their home to foster care, really expecting to take in one child, but soon they were taking in a family of 3 siblings and formally adopting them. A short time later, Charlie and Savannah also welcomed a biological daughter. Trump accounts will give each of these children a much better start in life. And Charlie and Savannah, where are you? Are you down there? Do you want to come up? Come on up here, Charlie, real fast. We're holding up a lot of big business people. We can't hold them up. Michael will take back his donation. Say what? I want my money back. Come on up here. These are great families, but there's millions and millions of families that are going to be so amazed and so happy at what's taken place. Sort of a miracle, I think. Nice to see you. How are you? How are you? Oh, look at that. So nice. Nice. How are you?
Thank you, President Trump, for having my family and me here today. My wife and I have spent the better part of our adult lives working to advance children in our community, and it was our faith that first led us to open our home to foster care, and it was God's plan that allowed us, absolutely. And it was God's plan that allowed us to adopt 3 amazing children out of foster care, to welcome so many more, and of course, this past year, welcome our youngest daughter, Florence, into the world. It's through our experience that we've seen how opportunity, or the lack thereof, can really impact a child at the very beginning stages of their life before they even get a chance themselves. And that's why, my wife and I, along with some of the work that the First Lady is doing, we are working to help foster families, foster and adoptive families, and personally in our state with protections and support in our home state of Arkansas. Every child deserves hope, stability, and a strong chance at a future, a strong future. And for young families, especially like ours, that your first priorities are, of course, your diapers and your wipes and your car seats and all that stuff. And so starting and investing into a investment account is not necessarily on the top of the priority list. And we're so thankful to have this. And I think this sends a powerful message that this administration believes that financial opportunity can start early, that it is intentional, and that it can impact every single family. And my wife and I are so excited that this administration has placed families and children like ours at the forefront of economic policy. And we're so excited for the future of the children and for this country. Thank you.
That's a great job. I was wondering how much longer he could. Did you notice it? It's getting heavy. It's still 50 pounds or something. Right? I said, how much longer is that? And finally, it broke loose. But you could see a loving father there, couldn't you, huh? The way he did that, right? Wasn't that a loving father? I watched that. He was grabbing. That's a great family. Thank you very much, both. Beautiful. So in conclusion, the ultimate success of the Trump accounts will be measured not just in the wealth created. It will be seen in young people buying houses that they could never have even dreamed of buying. It'll be seen in diplomas earned, companies founded, families formed, and more babies born. It'll really be seen in something where you're given a chance. You're given a chance at life, a very good chance. Above all, Trump accounts will help bring the hope and prosperity to every community that every community wants to see. And it'll bring back the American dream. The American dream is so beautiful. I would mention it all the time when I'm running. Whenever I run, I talk about the American dream because that's what we want to create. Others don't talk about it. But we have the American dream back, I think, now maybe better than ever before. For generations, Washington politicians have done nothing to take from the hardworking people of our country. They take and take. They do nothing but take. They've made workers' lives harder, sent prices higher, pushed your dreams out of reach. And both parties, I mean, they didn't do the job that they were supposed to do. Some were fighting, and sometimes we fight against some of the great politicians we have here. They fight with me, most of them, and we fight to make things better. But we run into walls of other politicians that either don't want to do something or they almost feel like it's a destruction of our country. But now we're doing something much better than giving the next generation a handout. We're giving them ownership of America's future so that they can grow up, chart their own destiny, and make our nation greater and stronger and better than ever before. So I just want to thank all of the people that participated today, the great business leaders, the great celebrities, and all of the people that are in this room. You've done so much. And I just want to also give a little bit of a shout out to a lot of great politicians that are right now voting on some very important measures, plus the politicians in this room. They have really worked hard on this. This is something that it's amazing that it got done. If you knew the political process, it was very complex, very hard to get done, to get all of those votes together. But we did it, and it's going to be great for America. And Brad and Michael, thank you both very much. Special, special people. Thank you very much. And God bless everybody in the room, and God bless America. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you. Thank you.
And we heard from really an extraordinary group of people, public and private partnerships. Michael and Susan Dell truly building these Trump accounts with the partnership of the federal government to make America wealthy again and provide real assets and a financial future for America's future. One of the most pro-family initiatives we've ever seen in American history. That, in turn, with the S&P 500 going over 7,000 points for the first time in history today after the opening ringing of the bell on Wall Street by our illustrious First Lady, Melania Trump, who has a new film coming out, aptly named Melania, from the same director who brought you great films like Rush Hour to Rush Hour 2 and Rush Hour 3 if you enjoy Chris Tucker and Jackie Chan. This new documentary is for sure to be something very exciting. Always good to see Nicki Minaj and, of course, Mr. Wonderful, Kevin O'Leary, along with Secretary Bessent. And like President Trump said, we do love Alabama, Auburn being home of Auburn University, and, of course, our network here at Right Side Broadcasting. Also, Senator Ted Cruz in the House today. President Trump said 100% of the Senate would want him out of there. Both Republicans and Democrats. Will he appoint him to be the next Supreme Court justice? We'll have to wait and see as we are now living in a golden era. Get All America First updates and exclusive offers right here at rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. And Mr. Producer, would you like any other reads before we wrap today at high noon? We will do a little bit of All Family Pharmacy, one of my favorites here at this great network. allfamilypharmacy.com/emergency-kits. Code RSBN20 for 20% off right now. And as we've showed you before, these look like tiny little fanny packs. So guys, don't get any ideas. It's not the 1990s wearing it around your waist, but rather look at that, how nice and light it is to travel with or simply to have on hand with you at home. Because this winter storm, it's made the roads pretty icy and pretty treacherous. So it's good to have these in case you get snowed in or iced in. And again, easy to travel with. Flu kits, travel kits, sinus kits, on top of Tamiflu, ivermectin, NAD+, methylene blue, 300 essential medications and emergency medical kits. They are changing the ballgame of traditional pharmacies that in many cases don't even prescribe these life-saving medications. So get ahead of the curve with allfamilypharmacy.com/emergency-kits. You could send this to a U.S. licensed pharmacist and doctor on the other end to review without insurance. No red tape, no bureaucracy. They just care about you and your family. It's all in the name. allfamilypharmacy.com/emergency-kits. Code RSBN20, RSBN20 for all of those illustrious savings. 20% off now of these kits. Also, thank you to Venice.ai/RSBN for the Apple Store, Google Play Store as well. Code RSBN for the 20% off right now. Yes, just code RSBN. Very easy to remember for 20% off of artificial intelligence that protects you. So many of us use not only our personal business, but our business on these cell phones that we carry around, small computers with us, whether it's email, text to phone calls and voicemail. You don't want that leaked into the wrong hands. So Venice.ai/RSBN protecting you better than anyone else out there in the World Wide Web. And with the cloud, make sure all of that is protected and that your personal business stays your business. 20% off now with code RSBN from the App Store and Google Play. Do not delay. Reach out and download today. Venice.ai/RSBN at 12:02 Eastern on the Federal City side, the Atlantic side of this great country of ours. That sun is shining, but I know it's still cold. So bundle up. I hope that travels are getting smoother for you if you're on the road with thousands of delays over the course of the last few days, and as well as nearly 1 million, if not more, Americans at some point losing power. And I know that Tennessee, Mississippi really struggling right near us here in the southeast. So our thoughts and prayers with everyone out there. And Southern culture, Southern living, I mean, everyone checks on their neighbors. It's good people. But make sure you do that during these storms as school may be out, or simply listen to the experts and the authorities out there, because I've just heard some horror stories about those losing their lives in the process, having fun outside but not used to it, and taking rather daunting tasks and chances. Just be careful out there in this winter wonderland as we enjoyed President Trump's remarks on the Trump accounts just earlier, if you watched the entire broadcast. And again, this IRA-like program brought to you by Michael and Susan Dell and countless generous Americans. We're looking at an opportunity for children born now, last year through 2028, to have 2.2 million, if not more, on hand by the time they're age 60 if they don't tap into this program. Also by 18, close to $200,000 in their accounts. What a great way to get ahead through the private sector with public partnership. Shows you the generosity and really the warm nature of capitalism, Mr. Mamdani. We don't need more collectivism in the United States. But again, for All America First updates, please visit rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. There you can find all the great writers here at the network, and also like, share, and subscribe across your favorite media platform. as we stream through that social media. On this Wednesday, January 28th, 2026, for all of my colleagues here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, you have a wonderful day. God be with you, and stay safe out there in these very chilling temperatures. But we will keep on going for the moment as we are analyzing what took place with there will be a next speaker at this amazing TrumpAccount.gov event. And go and visit the website too. All these websites the president and the administration putting together almost online, or will be online this summer, but at least there you can see the beginning share page. So for those on the left that want to make accusations that these things don't exist, you can send those to your friends that simply have their heads in the sand in these midterms. As we saw that yesterday, President Trump hitting the ground running with a slew of endorsements and speaking directly to farmers, manufacturers, and business people throughout the great Hawkeye state of Iowa. But we'll take a moment to go through some of those endorsements with cut number 2, Mr. Producer. The Pennsylvania governor's race, President Trump throwing his support behind the highly respected state treasurer, very popular person, Stacey Garrity, running to be the next governor of the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. A very special place to me in that we had a landslide presidential win just over 1 year ago on November 5th of 2024. Now, a very successful businesswoman, retired U.S. Army Reserve Colonel, Miss Stacey is now the state treasurer, a true America First patriot who has been with me from the beginning. As your next governor, Stacey will work tirelessly to grow the economy, cut taxes and regulations, promote Made in the USA, champion American energy dominance, strengthen our military veterans, keep our borders secure, ensure law and order, and safeguard our elections, and defend the always under siege Second Amendment. Also, with that gubernatorial endorsement, another one in the Badger State of Wisconsin. President Trump throwing his support behind Congressman Tom Tiffany and our friend Michael Alfonso running for that seat in the 7th District, and hoping that Mr. Tiffany does become that next governor. President Trump stating that this is a very special place to me, the great state of Wisconsin, and that we had a big presidential win just over 1 year ago. Again, on November 5th, 2024, I endorsed Tom for Congress early and strong, and he won big. Likewise, he has always been at my side, a very successful businessman, family farmer, and state legislator prior to becoming a distinguished United States congressman. Now, Tom is a proven leader who has dedicated his life to serving his community. And as your next governor, Tom will continue to work tirelessly to grow the economy, cut taxes and regulation, promote Made in the USA, and champion American energy dominance, keeping the border secure, protecting our Second Amendment, but also stopping migrant crime, ensuring law and order, strengthening our brave military and veterans, advancing election integrity, and advocating for the working men and women in this country. He will be an advocate for common sense and Wisconsin and America first. And on Wisconsin, from this Midwesterner to those who are fighting for the MAGA agenda throughout this country. And in turn, Michael Alfonso with cut number 4. He's been on the show a time or two. We look forward to having him again, as President Trump stating on True Social, it's my great honor to endorse MAGA warrior Michael Alfonso, a young star who is running to represent the incredible people of Wisconsin's 7th Congressional District. If you did not know, Michael is the son-in-law of our great Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, and the wonderful Rachel Campos Duffy of Fox News, one of the most popular and talented anchors in all of television. His family has been fierce advocates for our movement to make America great again. As your next congressman, Michael will work tirelessly to grow our economy, cut taxes and regulations, champion our amazing farmers and ranchers, promote Made in the USA, advance American energy dominance, keep our borders secure, stop migrant crime, support our military veterans, safeguard our elections, and, of course, protect our always under siege Second Amendment. Michael Alfonso is a winner and comes from a truly spectacular family, has my complete and total endorsement. He will never let you down. That's Wisconsin's 7th Congressional District, and he is filling some big shoes, as it is mentioned. The son-in-law of our great transportation secretary, who's had his hands full with this winter storm, and was also at one point the congressman for that Wisconsin 7th District, a place that I'm very familiar with and travel through. And have many friends up there, and they're very used to these winter storms. They are very, very, very thick, thoroughbred, tough people up there in the dairy land of the Badger State of Wisconsin. Now let's go down the crossroads of America, Indiana, with that great win in the National Football Championship, and Fernando Mendoza really inspiring the nation with the Heisman victory and his grit in his hometown of Miami, Florida, taking that championship. But we have a little bit of a battle happening in the crossroads with those state legislators who did not put America first. So cut number 5, Mr. Producer, President Trump getting involved in those races as well. As President Trump stating, it's my great honor to endorse America First Patriot Jeff Ellington, a terrific candidate for Indiana's 39th State Senate District, which I won by a whopping 55 points. Jeff will be a fantastic replacement for Rhino Eric Basler, who may not even run again because Republicans are so angry with him over his betrayal he committed when he, for whatever reason, voted against redistricting in Indiana, which essentially made him a partner to the radical left Democrats in their quest to take control of the United States House of Representatives and reverse the great progress we have made in the last year. Basler and his Rhino friends made Indiana a state that I love, that is full of patriots who love America, the only state in the nation that would rather turn over our country to Democrats than fight back against their corruption and finish the job we started over 10 years ago. We could have easily picked up 2 seats in Indiana, but Basler, an America Last politician, was played for a fool by the Democrats who want to destroy our country. Now, because Basler looks to be getting run out of town by his voters, Indiana's chief rhino, Rod Bray, has recruited a new pawn in his game named Christy Risk to run for the seat. She, like Basler and Bray, was nowhere to be found when Republicans during redistricting, which means she will never be there for you when things get tough. So she thinks there's more important things than keeping the House majority and protecting the progress we've made to make America great again. No smart, reliable Republican would ever say such a thing, and she cannot be trusted any more than the failed and weak Senator Basler. Jeff Ellington, on the other hand, is a successful businessman, retired firefighter, horse farmer, Greene County GOP chairman, and former state representative who has dedicated his life to serving his community as your next state senator. Jeff will work tirelessly to protect Hoosier values, champion our amazing farmers, ranchers, grow our economy, cut taxes and regulations. And if you see there on that polling, when President Trump gets involved, he skyrockets to the top. So this is that so sought after, so fought for Trump endorsement that changes the entire ballgame, especially in the crossroads of America. Jeff Ellington, as President Trump concluded, has my complete and total endorsement to be the next state senator from Indiana's 39th district. Senate district, unlike Eric Basler or Christy Risk, Jeff Ellington will never let you down. President Trump continuing with many of those endorsements as well, including Brenda Wilson with cut number 6, that Virgo County Commissioner. Brenda Wilson, a proven America First Patriot, running against no good Greg Good, a play on those words, of course, in the name, bad for the USA in the Republican primary in Indiana's 38th Senate District, which I won by 28 points. No Good is an incompetent and ineffective rhino incumbent who, for whatever reason, voted against redistricting in Indiana, which has made him a hero to Hakeem Jeffries, Ilhan Omar, and every other radical left member of the United States House of Representatives. No Good and his rhino friends made Indiana a state I have tremendous love for, the only state in the country that essentially said they don't care about what happens in the United States Congress. Therefore, to America's future, We could have easily picked up 2 seats in Indiana, but no good, and America last politician throwing it in for the Democrats and putting the country in a very dangerous position, risking the reversal of so much incredible progress we have made over the last year. And if we could toss up that polling data as well for Indiana 38, again, Brenda Wilson skyrocketing over her appointment. No good, Greg Good, when you see that polling when President Trump endorses the challenger. I mean, an extraordinary shift where the incumbent had 25 points on Brenda, and Miss Wilson now 39 points ahead of the incumbent Senator Greg Good. So we'll watch that one very closely, as well as we are quite thankful for our sponsors here that give us the ability to bring you this live desk and the go-to rally network that you rely on for the midterms. MyPillow.com/RSBN. That race clearing the way potentially in the primary for Mike Lindell, the CEO, running for governor of Minnesota. Thanks be to God for that. A dear friend of the network. The mattress and topper sale. As President Trump has said, the master marketer, his name, Mike Lindell. You know it's a household name now. Get this as low as $99.99 plus free shipping on your entire order with promo code RSBN. Call today. Do not delay. It's 800-836-7566, mypillow.com/RSBN. Support the master marketer, Mike Lindell, and Right Side Broadcasting Network with over 2,000 different products. And now a mattress and topper sale unlike any other. We're big fans of this amazing company here at the network, and I have several MyPillow products at home myself. So I implore you, please go take a look and see how you can make your night a little bit better and your mornings a little bit sharper with mypillow.com/RSBN. Code RSBN to save. Big savings there at mypillow.com. If you like what you see, again, we are your midterm 2026 network, your live desk, your rally network, your go-to with views and sights from the 2024 campaign. Let's get ready to rumble, as they say. Support us right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network and peacefully and patriotically donate by visiting rsbnetwork.com/donate or text RSBN to 801-801. We also have an address for Check Our Money order, and that is 1550-1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, the loveliest village on the plains, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. That's 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. Get all those America First updates and exclusive offers as well. rsbnetwork.com/newsletter, a great place to visit for the written word, high-depth analysis of what's taking place inside and outside of the Beltway, and also an opportunity to like, share, and subscribe across your favorite social media platform. Tell your friends we are not slowing down. We are all in for midterms 2026, and we hope you'll be there for all of it as it was kicked off just yesterday. Some other big news going on outside of the country. President Trump with cut number 9, criticizing the fact that Iraq might have their former prime minister return. Maliki, remember him? After the American invasion and then this very corrupt government that Nuri put together. I'm hearing that the great country of Iraq might make a very bad choice by reinstalling Nuri al-Maliki as prime minister. Last time Maliki was in power, the country descended into poverty and total chaos, and that should not be allowed to happen again because of this insane policies and ideologies. If elected, the United States of America will no longer help Iraq, and if we are not there to help, Iraq has zero chance of success, prosperity, or freedom. Make Iraq great again. Also, on the foreign front, with cut number 12, President Trump speaking on the fact that Venezuela releasing political prisoners. I am pleased to report that Venezuela is releasing its political prisoners at a rapid rate, which rate will be increasing over the coming short period of time. I'd like to thank the leadership of Venezuela for agreeing to this powerful humanitarian gesture and continuing on with that, signed by the President of the United States, cut number 13. The South Koreans, dear friends of ours, kind of backtracking on those trade deals from earlier this year. Our trade deals are very important to America. In each of these deals, we have enacted swiftly to reduce our tariffs in line with the transaction agreed to. We, of course, expect our trading partners to do the same. South Korea's legislature is not living up to its deal with the United States, and President Lee and I reached a great deal for both countries on July 30th of last year, and we reaffirmed these terms while I was in Korea on October 29th, almost now 2 months to the day. Why haven't the Korean legislature approved it? Because these Korean legislators have not enacted our historical trade agreement, which is their prerogative. I am hereby increasing South Korean tariffs on autos, lumber, pharma, and all other reciprocal tariffs from 15% to 25%. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So President Trump is a man who keeps his word. We know that from Secretary Rubio stating that when Maduro was apprehended alongside General Dan Raisin-Kane and the Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, CIA Director John Radcliffe, right at the president's side as that all took place on the late hours of January 1st going into January 2nd of this year. Can you believe how jam-packed the news has been this January? Sometimes you think being in the business, it might slow down going into the new year. No, it's just been hitting the gas and moving forward as this MAGA agenda needs to, considering that the Democrats committed to impeaching President Trump, as he stated in his speech yesterday. Let's go to some recaps as well of what is taking place regarding illegal immigration, this debate that's really become the ethos of American discussion at the moment, with its epicenter in Minneapolis, Minnesota, although it makes up for about 2% of ICE and Border Patrol operations in the entire country. But if you remember video playback from last year, the Angel families with cut number 18, Mr. Producer, we could start off with the Angel mom there in the James S. Brady briefing room with the president, with Secretary Caroline Leavitt, just reflecting on the life that was lost unnecessarily because some in the prior administration did not enforce Title VIII.
This person took my daughter so violently and so gruesomely and so graphically that they sealed the pictures because I don't want my granddaughters to see these pictures. These are the kind of criminals President Trump wants to remove from our country. These are the kind of criminals that we need to remove from our country. We are American citizens. Why should we allow people like this, violent criminals that have no conscience at all, to murder our mothers, our sisters, our daughters? I don't understand why there's even any kind of problem with this. And it's not that it's political, like the left or the right, although I understand different parties have used it in the past. But we have to look at it as we are American citizens. We need to protect our families, our borders, our children.
We are so proud in this new media to bring you the right side of history, the correct side, truly, because it shouldn't be conservative nor liberal. But we now know it's capitalism versus communism, common sense versus lunacy, and one party, a large big tent movement that is shaping to make America healthy again, make America safe again, make America wealthy again, as we're seeing with the Trump accounts and this great coverage today, but also ultimately to make America great again. And that's what it means, revitalizing this American culture in 250 years as we are reaching that milestone and that birthday this July 4th of 2026. And you can see it in turn with companies that have completely changed their PR and their messaging. Spoiler alert, the Budweiser Clydesdale, they'll be returning to the Super Bowl come February 8th, so we hope you enjoy that amazing game between the Seattle Seahawks and the New England Patriots. Sam Darnold versus Drake May. Incredible teams to go up against one another with explosive offenses and great defenses. But this is the type of gladiator moment that's needed, of course, peacefully and patriotically for these midterms. And that's why President Trump there in Clive, Iowa, just yesterday to kick off unofficially the midterm race, to have important interviews, to be there on the ground with the people at frequented restaurants throughout the Des Moines, Iowa area in Urbandale. In case you missed all of that as well, we have playback of that very important interview just yesterday with clip number 1 of President Trump really highlighting not only the success of the tariffs, but working for farmers and ranchers and the Hawkeye State, people who are some of the best people in the entire country. They know work ethic. They get up before dawn. They go to bed way after the sun goes down. And Iowa, very responsible for feeding this great nation.
We took thousands of hardened criminals out of Minnesota, so they had good crime numbers, believe it or not. You know, we have Tom Homan there now. We put him in there. He's great. And they met with the governor, the mayor, everybody else, and we're going to de-escalate a little bit. These are paid insurrectionists. These are paid agitators. These people aren't normal, like, that, they're incensed about anything. How do you get incensed when you go into a state and you're taking criminals out? You're taking monsters out. You notice they don't mention affordability anymore. Prices were way high. Now I've got the prices down, and they're going down still further. But think of it. We brought fuel from $4, $3.50, $3.75 down to $1.99, $1.08. I was just told in Iowa, $1.85. Millions of people were let in through the border by Biden. The problem is I gave you the best border in the history of our country. Nobody wants to talk about it anymore. I did it a long time ago. I was able to do it. Within 3 months of taking office, I had that border locked. Tariffs have been indispensable towards success. We've taken in $600 billion in tariffs. I gave the farmers $12 billion last week. So what's happening is we're getting a tremendous amount of business coming to this country, and they're coming in fast and sharp. And if we catch a lot of this fraud, and I felt it for a long time, but now we know what's happening. And the answer is, yeah, there will be accountability. And a lot of what's going on with respect to Minneapolis, with what's happening with all the hoopla, is so people don't talk about.
You think it's a distraction?
I've said it from day one. It's a distraction. You're talking about $19 billion. Probably that's a minimal number. We want safe cities and states. We want a safe country. And again, we just got a report done by Democrats that the country is the safest ever recorded.
Lots of things happening in the new year, and a lot of people thinking about their health and how to move forward with resolutions and perhaps how to make it a healthier time. And now with this ice storm, so much going on in the last few days, people need a reliable pharmacy that works for them. That's why allfamilypharmacy.com/emergency-kits so vital to have for emergency medical kits and flu kits and travel kits. Sinus infection kits like these ones. Nice and easy, and look how lightweight this is. I could toss it up and down. You could travel with it. You can also keep it all stocked and stored, ready to go. 300 essential medications at this great company, including emergency medical kits. Again, 20% off emergency medication and all that you need to keep your family healthy. So essential right now, as All Family Pharmacy built around patients' choice and affordability, but also they help family get essential medications. You don't need any insurance, no red tape, no bureaucracy, simply a pharmaceutical note, and a U.S. licensed doctor on the other end reviews this, sends it right to your door in real time. So I look to this as my go-to to make sure I stay healthy, especially with Tamiflu this time of year, so essential, including ivermectin, NAD+, methylene blue, and these time and tested, FDA-approved pharmaceuticals, off-label, generic. Some pharmacies simply will not prescribe them, which is wild to think, because as the science continues to study these, they tend to help every aspect of American life as we are getting older and older and older. But allfamilypharmacy.com/emergency-kits, your go-to to have these life-saving medications shipped directly to your door. Go there for RSBN 20, RSBN 20, the QR code right now, and get some savings, save the family, keep them all nice and healthy especially when you have crazy storms like this and you can't go outside. allfamilypharmacy.com/emergency-kits. Also, thank you to Kalshi.com/RSBN. When will this Fed decision happen? And will it be just those slight rate cuts with Mr. Too Late Jerome Powell? Who's going to be that next Fed chair? What say you? Feedback at rsbn.tv. Send in your thoughts. And in the meantime, trade and bet on all those crucial questions, like who will win the Super Bowl number 60 in Santa Clarita, California, at the home of the San Francisco 49ers. It's the Seahawks. It's the Patriots. Kalshi.com/RSBN. Who will be the MVP? Will it be Sam Darnold? Will it be the great Drake May, 23 years young, who 10 years ago went with his dad out west to cheer on the Carolina Panthers in Super Bowl 50 and dreamed of that moment, turned dreams into goals, and 10 years almost to the day on that field competing for his first world championship. What a story there. Kalshi.com/RSBN. Trade and bet on everything: sports, music, culture, politics, more. It's the American story in 250 years of this great country. Be involved with it at Kalshi.com/RSBN. As we continue at this 12:30, bottom of the hour, for the Trump Accounts event that has seen the president himself speaking alongside of Nicki Minaj, Mr. Wonderful Kevin O'Leary, Secretary Scott Bessent, also appearances by Isabel Brown of the Daily Wire, and Caroline Leavitt, the superstar press secretary, Cheryl Hines, the lovely wife of Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. In the meantime, get all America First updates and exclusive offers at rsbnetwork.com/newsletter and read why these Trump accounts, funded by great Americans like Michael and Susan Dell of the Dell Company, to give a kickstart to the next generation, to those yet to be born, those Americans who, like us, will be standing upon the shoulders of giants with this public and private partnership, similar to what you can find in an IRA program, will really open up a whole brand new opportunity for those looking to gain real assets and a financial future, as President Trump put it, fighting for the future of this country. So we have all those stories there. You can also like, share, and subscribe at rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. So you can share this all over social media and follow us and not miss a minute of the action. I promise you, we will update you throughout the day, every day, but it's not terribly annoying. You just get little notifications about the latest articles and also when we're going live here, following the president's schedule, the vice president's schedule, of course, the first and second lady, and the 119th Congress. Speaking as well of the first lady, cut number 17, Mr. Producer, there is a very special documentary coming out in 2 days, if you are not aware. It is aptly named Melania, and President Trump helping the First Lady, his lovely wife, to debut this just recently. President Trump saying, Melania, the movie, is a must-watch. Get your tickets today. It's selling out fast, and you can go to that link there if you have Truth Social at Amazon.com/Melania movie. So we look forward to that. I'm going to try to see that on Friday night myself because it leads up to the 20 days she had left as a private citizen to once again become the First Lady of the United States. And I think some people may not be aware of how much goes into that office and the amazing work she's doing through her Be Best initiative and the initiatives through the East Wing and the office of the First Lady of the United States. And as she chuckled over one of those Christmas celebrations at the White House recently, she said, maybe President Trump can take it over next year because there is a lot of meticulous manpower, hours, and charm that she brings to it all. And of course, glamour. She is someone who dominated the fashion world and someone who is not celebrated as such as maybe she once was when she was a full-time model, but also compared to other first ladies, sometimes does not get the credit where it is due. And I think we can all agree, right, left, and center, we are very fortunate to have a Melania Trump as our First Lady. Again, as a reminder, all America First updates, exclusive offers at rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. Don't miss a minute of the action on a number of different topics and titles, with stories inside and outside of the Beltway. And if there is a story in your neck of the woods, and especially if you've been going through all this snow and ice and these terrible storms the last several days, let us know how you are. Feedback at rsbn.tv. Feedback at rsbn.tv. Or if you want to argue with me, I always welcome that because it is a free country. If you'd like to opine and write in, feedback at rsbn.tv. The White House reminding us, along with President Trump, that angel families have been in the crosshairs ever since an open border of the AutoPen administration and Alejandro Mayorkas, who was either grossly incompetent or simply wanted to help destroy the nation, whether it was through drug trafficking, fentanyl poisoning, and also the rape and murder of the youngest among us, including parents. You think about Rachel Morin, 37 years young, 5 children, a beautiful mother, taken way too soon while on a jog. Same thing with Laken Riley at the University of Georgia, which will taint a beautiful park for perhaps the rest of history, a sanctuary where some people thought they could just stroll or run, especially in the sunlight. And her friend, during that victim's impact statement, that testimony, gut-wrenching, right after the 2024 campaign in front of the alleged and then convicted murderer of Laken Riley, a Venezuelan national who should have never been here in the first place, stating that I will never get over the fact that I did not go with her on that jog. Her roommate stating that she was studying for a math test. And that kind of trauma stays with these victims, and they are bravely getting out there, as they did last year, at the invitation of this White House, with cut number 19, to share in their pain and spread the truth about what's happening in the United States of America.
My name's Angie Morphine Vargas, and I'm mother to Ruben Morphine. He was executed in the streets of Salinas in 1990. 34 years later, I could still cry for him like if it was yesterday.
My name is Maria Herrera Vega, and I'm the mother of Marine and Border Patrol agent Javier Vega Jr. Our son, who went by Harvey, was murdered August the 3rd, 2014.
My name is Chris Odette. I'm an angel father. My daughter, Krisha, was killed September 12th, 2014 by an illegal alien in Rockwall, Texas.
This is my son Ryan and his girlfriend, both poisoned to death by illicit fentanyl. I can't bring my son back, but we are doing all of this to save the future Americans from being poisoned to death by fentanyl.
My name is Agnes Gibney. This is my son Ronald Da Silva, who was murdered by a previously deported criminal illegal alien gang member.
My name is Angel Ma Miriam Mendoza. This is my son, Sergeant Brandon Mendoza of the Mesa, Arizona Police Department, who was killed on May 12, 2014 by a repeat illegal criminal. Thank everybody in this administration for finally paying attention to criminals who harm Americans.
We thank the Trump administration from the bottom of our hearts.
Without them, there would be no justice for my daughter.
We're finally getting some justice in this country for our children.
This right here is what should be living here in America, not criminals that are coming in right now.
May God be with them. May they rest in heaven, and may they never be forgotten. And peace be with their families. Very difficult thing to go through. And the bravery to come out and fight for these policies and these reforms. All preventable if Title VIII is simply enforced. It's common sense. Let's get it done. Thank you to mypillow.com/RSBN. This amazing mattress and topper sale happening at one of the best companies in the country. Of course, Mike Lindell, a dear friend of ours here at the network, running for governor of Minnesota, someone who would actually turn it all around if elected. There's no question about that, and would not fight the federal government when it comes to Title VIII law enforcement, but also making sure that you get the proper rest at night and a great start to your day with countless amazing products, over 2,000 in fact, at mypillow.com/RSBN. And President Trump always says it. Mike Lindell is the master marketer, always has a great deal. So get this mattress and topper sale. Take advantage now as low as $99.99 plus free shipping on the entire order. And also there's the My Coffee, there's My Slippers, the My Pillow 1.0, the My Pillow 2.0, the faith-inspired and America-inspired cushions and sheets. Those Giza Dream sheets from the Mediterranean, amazing. Everything made in America, in Minnesota, at those manufacturing facilities. He's got a great team, too. Some of the best patriots in the country. MyPillow.com/RSBN. Call today. Do not delay. 800-836-7566. MyPillow.com/RSBN. Thank you, Mike Lindell, for being on the right side of history. AngelPaste.com, the original vitamin B miracle cream. I love to use this year-round, but especially this time of year as get the colder temperatures, some dry air, and it keeps your skin nice and healthy. Over at Spring, Texas, that's where they're based out of, Christian-owned. They hire veterans. They also have an amazing orange product that's vitamin C infused and really helps with collagen and also to make sure you remain healthy without the GMO and chemicals that go into some other products that you might get if you need vitamin C during the cold and flu season. The natural facial spray, outstanding to paint the town red, whether it's the first date. Valentine's Day is coming up. It's almost 2 weeks away. My goodness, how time flies. AngelPaste.com, some great gifts for him, some great gifts for her. It's a wonderful company there out of the Lone Star State off the Gulf of America. AngelPaste.com. As we're continuing our coverage of the Trump account summit right there in Washington, D.C. on a sunshiny day, but still bitterly cold temperatures. But at least we are warm in our hearts knowing that we're in this America 250 golden era. And if we could play cut 20, Mr. Producer, all of this happening right now, this debate going on with what happened in Minneapolis, Minnesota, whatever side you're on regarding the tragic occurrences over the course of the last few days and several weeks, it all boils down to the failures of the Democrat establishment and the radical socialist left that has taken over their party. The only one in federal office seems to be Senator John Fetterman, who wants to at least work with or acknowledge or even visit the President of the United States down at Mar-a-Lago or anywhere where they can have common ground. But most Democrats are not doing that. And with cut number 20, this is the actual footage of the chaos the Auto Pen administration brought to our great nation.
ICE arrests an illegal immigrant who allegedly caused a multi-car pileup while driving an 18-wheeler that crashed last year, severely injured 6-year-old Delilah Coleman, leaving her with critical and life-altering injuries.
She's receiving physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech therapy. She hasn't said much since the accident, maybe 2-3 words. She has a TBI. She is now diagnosed with cerebral palsy and global developmental delay. She doesn't walk. She receives nutrition through a G-tube.
An illegal alien is now facing deportation after he was allegedly driving drunk when he killed a mother and daughter in a horrific wrong-way crash. The Mexican national has a lengthy rap sheet, including 2 DUI arrests this year alone.
According to court documents, Velasquez Gomez squeezed the buttocks over the clothes of a 9-year-old girl in October and a 7-year-old girl and 11-year-old girl at the same TJ Maxx in April and in September.
Her daughter was 13 years old when she met this man. In March, Pineville police charged Castillo Chavez with indecent liberties and other sex-related charges. He has since bonded out.
An illegal immigrant driver was seen sucker punching him in the face and knocking him out. That attack left him hospitalized with a brain injury. He's an illegal immigrant from Russia, 42 years old.
A 61-year-old Durham man died in a hit and run. We now know the man charged in his death was in the country illegally and had already been deported twice.
On Thanksgiving morning last week, a mom had to say goodbye to her 11-year-old son, who died in the hospital hours after being hit as he played in the street. He was struck by a car who did not stop and simply drove away from the scene. 44-year-old Balderas is an illegal immigrant from Mexico who had previously been deported on 4 separate occasions.
Kumar's a semi
jackknifed on Highway 20 last week. 2 people drove into it and were killed. 25-year-old William Carter of Springfield and 24-year-old Jennifer Lower of John Day. The newlyweds had just married 16 days earlier.
It's become a focal point of this administration. As we cover the latest from the Trump Account Summit, illegal immigration affects every aspect of the American economy. And with those now being deported and now leaving, inevitably, rents will go down, costs will go down, as President Trump, according to the White House, delivering the largest tax refund season in U.S. history, as the tax season has kicked off this week. Millions of Americans poised to receive significantly larger tax refunds thanks to President Donald J. Trump's landmark Working Families Tax Cuts Act, which every Democrat in Congress they opposed. Of course, that is the case, as it was the same with every Democrat that did not vote for biological science, rather allowing boys into girls' locker rooms, and also a significant portion of them voting to not decry socialist or communist language. So you have that choice this year, America, for the midterms 2026. And the White House saying the historic legislation is delivering the biggest tax refund season ever, with average refunds projected to rise by $1,000 or more this year due to transformative policies. Now, average tax refunds by the year, including 2025, those estimates as of recent. Tax year 2023, just over $3,000. 2024, again, going up northward slightly to $3,052, and then a bit of a boost in 2025 to $3,800. Now, economists and financial experts agree 2026 will mark an unprecedented year for tax refunds. USA Today stating that the average refund in 2025 was $2,939. IRS data showing that this year refunds could be as much as 30% more due to the new provisions from President Trump's mega tax and spending bill. And that's according to James Knightley, the chief international economist at Dutch Bank ING. CBS News stating that many Americans could see heftier tax refunds next year when they file their 2025 tax returns, largely due to the new provisions enacted through the Republicans' One Big Beautiful Bill Act that are retroactive to the start of the current year. This is according to analysis from Oxford Economics. Total taxpayer savings could amount to an additional $50 billion through bigger tax refunds or a cut in their 2026 taxes. A $50 billion boost in tax refunds would represent an 18% increase from the $275 billion in refunds the IRS sent out this past year. Nearly 94 million taxpayers who overpaid on their 2024 federal tax returns. Really makes you think about tax reform and just putting it on a postcard rather than the complications that seem to ensue year after year. Now, the Wall Street Journal reporting refunds on average are expected to come to $1,000 higher than usual this upcoming year, according to a study by investment firm Piper Sandler. Business Insider, that watches this very closely, states the Tax Foundation estimates that the average tax refund will grow from $3,052 in 2024 to $3,800 for tax year 2025. Depending on your income and circumstances, you might get even more back. So the White House stating, as a result, President Trump's Working Families tax cuts provide broad-based tax relief for hardworking Americans, with the average taxpayer expected to see nearly $4,000 in total tax savings in 2026. Key provisions of the bill to include no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, a deduction for auto loan interest on the Made in America vehicles, back in the pockets of families, workers, and seniors, more money for those hardworking Americans. All those things highlighted yesterday in Clive, Iowa, as President Trump kicking off the unofficial beginning of the 2026 midterms. So we look forward to watching all of that and Trump's Working Families Tax Cut Act as this implements into the very generous nature of what we're watching today. The Trump Account Summit announced many moons ago, just several weeks back in 2025, Michael and Susan Dell of the Dell Corporation really kicking this off, and a lot of very successful, wealthy people in the room there, both of public and private backgrounds, including Mr. Wonderful today and Nicki Minaj. So Kevin O'Leary and Nicki Minaj there with the president. He asked them to come up to say some words. And as we watch for the next fireside chat to take place at this Trump Account Summit, we could play cut number 23 of President Trump introducing Nicki Minaj onto the stage to talk about these Trump accounts. Oh, it's number 23, Mr. Producer.
Hello. Well, I don't know what to say, but I will say that I am probably the president's #1 fan. And that's not going to change. And the hate or what people have to say, it does not affect me at all. It actually motivates me to support him more. And it's going to motivate all of us to support him more. We're not going to let them get away with bullying him and, the smear campaigns. It's not going to work, okay? He has a lot of force behind him, and God is protecting him. Amen.
The S&P 500 also hitting 7,000 points for the first time in American history. So this economy is coming back, and this truly compassionate conservatism, as you see there, that was coined by the Bush administration, but we know they were just a bunch of big government neocons and did not represent what the will of the people needed nor wanted 20 years ago. This president understands it. We're going to go back there to the Trump Account Summit in Washington, D.C.
Extraordinary group of senators, congresspeople, governor. Senator, when I came and saw you, a little window in to try, being an ordinary citizen trying to get a law passed. You spend a lot of time. I had no lobbyists, no lawyers, but I spent a lot of time on Capitol Hill. And there are a lot of people who say, oh, this sounds like a good idea or whatever. But when I came and saw you, I saw a twinkle in the eye. And you said, we're going to make this happen. We're going to get drafting. What was it about this that so connected to your version of what had to happen in America?
Well, look, these Trump accounts are a big damn deal. I believe that the Trump accounts and the school choice provision are the two most far-reaching and significant elements of the entire working families tax cut that we passed last year. That is a massive bill, the biggest tax cut in history. There are a lot of good things in that bill. And by the way, Jason worked heroically drafting that bill. It is, without exaggeration, there are more conservative victories in that bill than I think any legislation that has ever passed.
Yeah.
It is. And there's so many victories. I'm reminded of Trump saying, we're going to win so much you're going to get tired of winning. Look, I'm not tired of winning. But of all of the victories, I think the Trump accounts are right at the top. And the reason is twofold. Number one, every kid in America is going to experience the benefit of compound growth. Now, what does that mean? Only about half of Americans own a stock or bond. Half the country is not invested in either stocks or bonds. Under this provision, every kid in America is going to have an account automatically opened. Newborn kids will have it seeded with $1,000 automatically. And then parents and family and employers can contribute up to $5,000 a year in a tax advantage account, all invested in the S&P 500. What does that mean in practical terms? Let's take a little girl born this year. She'll have the account open for her. She'll have $1,000 automatically put in. Let's say her parents or family or an employer gives $5,000 a year. If you assume it grows at the historic rate of growth of the S&P 500, which is 7% after inflation, by the time that girl is 18, she will have $170,000 in that account. And if she keeps contributing, by the time she is 35, she will have over $700,000 in that account. That's transformational, and you're not talking about the kids of billionaires. You're talking about the kids of a single mom waiting tables right now. The ability to accumulate those resources, that is transformational in terms of being able to use that money to get an education, to start a business, to buy a home. But then second, and this is the part, as you know that really excited me, we are creating a whole new generation of capitalists. All of us have seen the sad statistics of young people who are losing faith in capitalism, who are saying, gosh, I think socialism is a good idea. We've got Comrade Mondami, now the mayor of our largest city. That is sad. Well, think about what these accounts are going to mean in 10 years. 10 years from now, a little boy is going to reach in his phone, he's going to pull out his phone. And he's going to look at it, and instead of corporations being these big, mean, nasty things, he's going to look down and say, I own $100 of Apple. Or we should say Dell, since Michael is being so generous here. I own $50 of Boeing or McDonald's. And every kid in America is going to be an owner of the biggest employers in this country. That is transformational, giving kids skin in the game. That's the legacy. And just to put it into context, decades ago, when Congress passed Section 401k of ERISA, I suspect nobody in Congress had any realization how fundamentally it was going to change how Americans save for retirement. Today, there is more than $12 trillion invested in 401k accounts. In just a few years, we're going to see trillions of dollars in these Trump accounts. And 10, 20, 30 years from now, that is going to have changed this country profoundly.
Well said. Yes, please. And Jason, when you and I first met in Jackson Hole 3 years ago, we hit it off because I was a poor kid from northwest rural Indiana, and you grew up in southwest Missouri.
Are you going to make him congratulate the Hoosiers on the national championship?
No, I'm going to wait until I get over to Bama for that. But we immediately hit it off, and we had a discussion, I don't know if you remember, about 529 accounts. Doesn't this already exist with 529 accounts? And I said there's 16.1 million 529 accounts in the country, and 15.7 million of them are for families in the top 10% of income. 529 accounts are great for rich folks, right? But it's not helping the 50 million families in America like the families that you and I grew up with. So talk a little bit about what touched you, because you were such a force in helping us get this done.
So it's hard to believe that it was just over 3 years ago that we first was talking about this in Jackson Hole. But when Brad brought up the idea, I thought that this is amazing. And it made me think about how I was raised. I was raised in a single wide trailer for most of my life until we upgraded to a double wide. And my hometown that I still live in today, the average income for an individual is less than $26,000 a year. And so when you look at that, this is the opportunity for those kids. It doesn't matter if you live on a city block or a county road, you're going to have this investment and it will be transformational. When you think about 40% of Americans don't own stock, 40%. But also think about this, 40% of Americans cannot afford a $400 emergency. And so when you have those kind of statistics, What we just did with the Trump accounts, I agree with Senator Cruz that this is transformational. Both of those policies, school choice and the Trump accounts, are going to be the most transformational coming from what we were able to deliver. And Americans' lives are going to be affected in such a positive way for generations.
And one anecdote, a behind-the-scenes anecdote. While Ted had drafted the Invest America Act in the Senate, so fortunately we had the language that we could drop in at the last second. On a Monday, I came to see you, Jason. I came to see the Speaker. The big, beautiful bill was about ready to be shipped over to the Senate, and you guys said, we love it, 2 separate meetings, but we don't think we're going to be able to get it in. So it's probably, your hope is over in the Senate, so you should go see your friends in the Senate. But I left Capitol Hill and I went to the White House. And we met with the president. And then that Tuesday night, when I got on a plane to go to the Middle East, the president made a call.
Made a couple.
And give us a little color, because it's important for people to understand. Presidential leadership is critical to getting stuff done. Jason, talk to us about how that was so important here.
Without a doubt, President Trump's push and involvement for these Trump accounts are the only reason why they ultimately made in the big, beautiful bill. In the House of Representatives, where you could only lose 2 votes in order to pass it, knowing that you're already going to lose 1 automatically, you could only lose 2. We had to really thread a needle. And we put in more than 60 hours over at the Library in Congress, the Ways and Means Republicans, debating and building consensus as all different provisions, whether it was a school choice provision or whether it was a Trump accounts. The week before we released the bill text from the Ways and Means Committee, we had the discussion on the Trump accounts. And I was able to tell my members of the committee, this is a priority. This is a priority of President Trump, just like no tax on tips or overtime or Social Security. And there was a few that's like, we don't like this. This is growing government. This is transformational in the lives of every single American. And so without a doubt, it would have never happened without President Trump weighing in. And that will be, I think, one of the biggest legacies of his presidency.
Yeah, the truth is, and both of these folks know this, I worked Capitol Hill hard on both sides of the aisle. We have a lot of Democrats who support this. And the fact of the matter is, I tried to get it done under Biden. And I never got an audience. Michael Dell never got an audience. And we didn't get it done. And that's not to cast shade. It's just to state the reality as an ordinary citizen who worked really hard to get this done, that we got an audience like a lot of other folks have been able to do to pass innovative legislation. But I want to come to you, Governor. You know, a rancher from Idaho, right? Got the boots on to prove it. But you mentioned something to me back there, because I think the state level and the local level is absolutely critical. Moms and dads opening up these accounts, claiming these accounts, adding to the accounts. And you told me a little anecdote backstage about a conversation you had with some friends. So why don't you tell us a little bit about what's going on in Idaho and the level of excitement there about Trump accounts?
Totally unscripted. Our sons run our ranch now, and I called just to say I was going and say I was coming here, and he says, Dad, we started one at a little cattle company. We've got some, and these are cowboys, farmers, really, and so every quarter for each one of those kids that's born, our company's putting money into it, not only for those kids, but to inspire those employees about the value of investing. You know, what so many children, young people experience is the power of compound debt and not the power of compound investment. And you've got to flip that around, because there's times you want to have a debt, mortgages for houses, etc. But if you're blind to the value of the compounding effect of investment, you're not getting the most. Another program we put in place in Idaho is every single high school student, all they have to do is get a diploma. There's $8,000 there for in-demand careers, not, I don't know if lawyers are in demand, but in-demand career, but particularly in the career technical field, plumbers, welders, HVAC, nurses, teachers. And our go-on rate in Idaho, we have lowered the cost of post-high school education to what it was when I went to school, when a lot of my classmates could go to college and with a summer job and not have that debt between our opportunity scholarships and our launch scholarships. But you need to add on to it the value of compounding investment so that instead of making maybe that next purchase, you know, I got in the habit when I was young of putting 10% of every single check into an investment account. I had some pretty good advice, and there were a few times when it was a little bit of a challenge, and it just pays off. And the people that I know that did that, but that has gotten further and further away from the minds of our young people, and this is going to spur that on to greatness.
Thank you. Senator, I was at the Rose Bowl. And I'm sorry about my Hoosiers beating up on Bama, but
We all were good.
but when you and I first talked about this, you really immediately understood what this meant to mothers and to families in places like Alabama. And for me, while philanthropists may get billions or corporations may do big matches, the magic is moms and dads being able to add $5 and $10 into these accounts. So talk to us a little bit about that and how we might be able to, form an army to get all the parents in America on board.
Yes, thank you. And I appreciate your vision and your spark in making this happen. These two men up here, I heard Ted stand up in our conference and start to tell people what this meant. And you could see people shifting in their chairs thinking, is this possible? And then the work that Jason did, obviously, and the president landing the plane, it is changing lives dramatically. So as a parent, you heard some of them up here today. We've heard you all talk. Obviously, it's spurring capitalism in the next generation. You're taking a look at the nest egg, as the president said, that nest egg that not everyone has. What are they going to be able to do with that? You can use it at 18, or to Ted's point, you can wait till 35, but it may be education. It may be career and technical education. It may be, kind of sort of investing in a home. We know home ownership has been out of reach for millions of Americans. Used to, you buy your first home 25, 26, now it's 38 and beyond on average, if you can do that. Or, as we heard Mr. Wonderful say earlier, entrepreneurs, people who want to build a small business or have a dream may have a launching pad to do that because of this. And I think about all of the kids that didn't have exposure to this. You heard the stats earlier, whether it's 50 or 40% of Americans never having access to the market. I remember in rural Alabama, my grandfather giving me a stock. Every grandkid got one in, and it was in a company that we were so proud to hold it in. We watched it, we asked about it, we waited for the mail to see what was moving. We're putting that in the palm of every child's hand. And what we have to do now is we have to raise awareness, both from entrepreneurs, from businesses, but parents who understand, just like he was talking about, the governor said, that compounding interest that will put that $5, that $10, showing their kid that all of that adds up. Because to me, this is a public-private partnership of the best level. And when we heard those moms and dads that spoke up here earlier saying they don't have to worry as much now about the future because they're paying for diapers, you've got a lot of incoming when you're a young parent, whether it's the cost of childcare, which President Trump also addressed in this bill, which was significant, to all of the incoming. And so to have this set aside and to be able to build on it year after year is going to be transformational, and it's going to change this entire generation, and I believe our nation for years and years to come.
Thank you. It really is. It comes back to, the inspiration at the state level. Every state is going to be able to build on top of this. So, Ted, in the state of Texas, we heard immediately after the announcement by the president that the state of Texas was going to add $1,000 into the accounts. We know a lot of philanthropists and companies in Texas. So maybe just talk to us a little bit about the responsibility of each of you in your own states to go back and encourage corporations, the state, moms and dads, et cetera. How are you thinking about making Texas the best version of these Trump accounts?
Well, look, one of the really inspired things about this idea, and this idea literally came from, you heard the story earlier today, from Brad's kitchen table with his two boys. And the way this is drafted, one of the things that is really brilliant about it, I claim no credit other than seeing a good idea and jumping on it, but what is brilliant is there are two accelerators that are built into the program that are turbocharging the entire thing. Number one is employers have the ability to contribute and contribute in a tax-advantaged way. And think about it, you know, for most jobs now, it is almost a standard employee benefit that you get a 401k contribution or a match if you make a contribution. That for any big employer, that's a pretty typical employee benefit. I believe very, very quickly this will be a standard employee benefit as well. And we've seen a bunch of companies jump out, and you heard a lot of the names who are saying already, all of our employees, we're going to match your contributions to the Trump account. So that turbocharges it. But secondly, it was very creatively designed to invite and accept philanthropic gifts. And so Michael Dell blazed the trail in $6.25 billion. And by the way, I love the fact the quarter gets neglected. You know, in most worlds, $250 million is real money. But the ability to contribute for private contributions, and you can contribute, you can target it geographically, you can target it age-wise, you can target it income-wise. What Brad is doing for the kids in Indiana, the same thing. And so in terms of philanthropy, the ability of more and more people, that's a second way to turbocharge it. I hope every state matches the contributions there. That's another way to turbocharge it. Texas, as you said, is looking at doing $1,000 to every account. But with compound investing, and this crowd understands that, the more you invest early on, the more it grows. And the compound effect, one of the things that is so powerful about doing this is a lot of people don't get to saving until later in life, and you have a much shorter time window if you're not investing till your 40s or 50s or 60s. If you're investing at birth, that gives real time for the money to double and triple and quadruple. And so I would say every employer needs to match, and this is a powerful, powerful avenue for philanthropy.
Yeah.
It's also infinitely scalable.
Yep. So just one final thing, quick comments from each of you. You know, when you look at the state level contribution, right, there are a lot of people in this auditorium who know that the government spends too much money.
Yeah.
Right? And when we first had conversations, that was the first pushback. You know, do we have the money to spend? But then we stopped and thought about it for a second. This isn't a government program. This is personal ownership. So every state does things for kids, and a lot of them are not very effective. Like you heard the president say, the federal government has tons of kids programs. We need to look at all these kids programs in all the states and think about this. How many of those programs might be otherwise better spent by just block granting that money into these kids' accounts so that they directly own it rather than them being dependents of government? But maybe just a last word quickly from each of you about this idea. Starting with you, Jason.
So I would just agree that this is the beginning. This is the beginning to transformational change. And as one state begins to do this, other states will follow. And that is extremely important. Just as one major donor gave $6.25 billion, others will continue to follow. They will see that this is the thing to do. And this is a real way that you can effectuate change throughout America. So I think we just have to, as legislators, have to continue to advertise how great of a program this is. And
real quick, only because they're going to give me the hook here. 30 seconds, Governor, to each of you, and then we'll wrap.
Well, we require financial literacy. To get kids to understand financial literacy, they got to have finances.
Yes.
It's academic until it's on their phone, as the senator pointed out.
Yes.
This is the way to make that connection about teaching kids the profit is a motivator. The capitalism system is good because they're a part of it, and that's why it's such
Well said. Senator,
So
take
two
us
things.
out.
Yeah, we'll be meeting with our legislature, and I think every single member of the House and Senate, Democrat and Republican, should be doing the same thing, encouraging their states to take advantage of this. I'll also be meeting with our business council and sitting down with them and saying, here's an opportunity for you to step up to make transformational change. So if we can do that and also encourage people, not just people who are having babies, which we want people to have as many and as more as they can, but I think importantly, anyone with a child, I will be opening an account for my children at 15 and 16, and giving that to them in the palm of their hand will be a game changer.
Everybody give it up for 4 people who are doing all the real heroic work to make this happen. Thanks to each of you.
An excellent roundtable fireside chat with Senator Ted Cruz of the Lone Star State of Texas, the Show Me State, Missouri. One of their finest representatives, Jason Smith, of course, Governor Brad Little of Idaho, a gorgeous place to be, even during this winter season. And of course, our very own Senator Katie Britt, who is doing amazing work right here in the Yellowhammer State of Alabama. As we cover the latest from the Trump White House, this Trump Account Summit, trumpaccounts.gov, plenty to work with there and to look to investing not only into the future, but growing your family. We're looking at a national security issue as there is less than 2.1% of babies coming out of each and every family. So we're roughly at that 1.7, 1.8%. To sustain a nation as large as ours, we need to get over that 2.1% threshold. So this will be a good way in order to making family life affordable. Once again, an exciting time for the country in this golden era. If you like what you see here at your go-to live desk, Rally Network, and also your source for midterms 2026, please feel free to donate at rsbnetwork.com/donate. You can also text RSBN to 801-801. If you'd like to send a check or money order, we have an address over at 1550. That's 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344. It's the loveliest village on the plains. It's Auburn, Alabama, 36830. 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. Thank you for supporting us on the right side of history as we love those images and videos from Campaign 2024, something to be replicated during this midterm season now underway. I'd like to thank you all for tuning in today on this Wednesday, January 28th, 2026. Again, we hope you are staying safe and warm as we see some colder temperatures creeping on back in. I know a lot of travel delays and cancellations, but stay safe out there. Be smart about it and continue to stock up and check in on your neighbors. It's quite a characteristic down here in the South, but nonetheless, make sure everyone's doing okay. And we'll be getting at least towards the longer days now as we continue down the path to America 250 and that wonderful birthday coming up on January 4th. Also, before we part ways today, Disclose.tv showcasing and sharing that the FBI has raided the Fulton County Election Hub and Operation Center. This investigation is related to the 2020 election, so that coming across the channels according to Fox. And according to MS Now, federal agents involved in the Alex Preddy shooting placed on administrative leave. So we'll watch both of those stories as they are developing in real time in this 24/7 news cycle, as they call it, as we cover the latest from the Trump Account Summit. Mr. Producer, are we going to go back to this new fireside chat? We will toss it back there to the Washington, D.C. for this Trump Account Summit.
In Silicon Valley, it's great to be here. And we thought we'd take the opportunity, you've heard from the congressional panel, but from two leaders of companies, and Joe now leading the National Design Studio as well, which we'll get into. Why have hundreds and hundreds of major corporations signed up to contribute to these accounts? So Anthony, I thought that I'd just start there with that question. What inspired you early on at SoFi to raise your hand and say, there's a great idea, we want to add to these accounts?
My desire to do it was very much tied to my desire to join SoFi and take over the company's leadership almost 9 years ago in 2018. When I was presented the opportunity to join SoFi, I thought about my life. I thought about the challenges in America of living the American dream and how I was able to sort of navigate through that, and how much harder it is today to make ends meet, to get ahead, to not just savings just getting by. Investing and growing your net wealth is more than getting by. And so when I joined SoFi, I created a mission that is very much aligned with exactly what this is. The mission of SoFi since I joined still today is to help our members achieve financial independence, to realize their ambitions. What does that mean? That means they reach the point that they have enough money to do what they want. They have enough money to have the size family they want, enough money to have the home they want, where they want, the career they want, retire when they want. And that's why we say the words ambitions. We purposely didn't say American dream because that's for our government, our leaders in our country to do. A company can play a role in that. And so it's all about helping people achieve their ambitions and get to that point of financial independence. We use a very simple formula to understand if people are getting there. You have to spend less than you make and invest the rest. Savings is not enough. That's just getting by. You have to invest. Well, this directly impacts investing. And as soon as you started talking about it, I literally thought to myself, well, there's nothing greater, more important than investing early, and what's earlier than at birth. So it was a no-brainer for us.
Right. Joe, you have a couple lenses here. One lens is as an extraordinary co-founder of Airbnb, where you achieved great financial success. You saw it from the corporate side. But for the last year, you've been now working with the government, right? These logos, this design, this app is being created by Joe and his team as the head of the national design team. So take us through kind of your personal connection, both looking at it from the Airbnb angle, which was also inspired by getting a lot of people into the game, but also, from inside the government as you thought about how this could help achieve the president's agenda.
Well, it's a great question. I think what I learned at Airbnb was the power of design to take an idea, a new idea, and put it into the world in a way that could be well received, that was easy to understand, easy on the eyes, easy usability. And in that context, if you go back 15 years ago, the idea of staying in somebody's home was a wild idea, and now, decade plus later, it's a norm. And I often think that the thing that helped us transcend and really push through was the fact that our design backgrounds helped us just navigate how do you communicate trustworthiness, how do you communicate excitement around travel. It happens through a browser. And so you really have to spend a lot of time thinking about every pixel and saying, okay, well, how do we make sure that the recipient of this information is going to, not be afraid of, staying in somebody's home. And so, in some aspects, this is a communication challenge. How do you take this new idea of a newborn getting $1,000 in their account and translate this into something that the average American, no matter what age they are, kids included, can understand how this impacts them and their lives.
I want to double click on that with Joe. This president may be one of the great marketers in the history of politics. He often sees the narrative, right, before he even sees the policy details. It's no surprise to me that he had one of the number one ranked show on television for a decade. Working with him in the White House now, you're working on a lot of different programs, but this one in particular, how do you, take us behind the scenes a little bit as you build the app for the Trump accounts, right? You know that on July 1st, when we launch this to the world, it's got to rock and roll and the president's got to feel great about it, right? When those kids see it. So how do you think about that? And maybe does he get it more than even most in Silicon Valley in terms of understanding design?
He is the ultimate chief design officer. He's the ultimate. He understands product and aesthetics, incredibly well. And so I think that's what led to the executive order last year called America by Design, where he's investing in upgrading the way that the government presents itself, the way that storytelling is done, the way that usability of government services are accessed by the American people. Did you know that there's 9 .gov websites that half the country goes to every month? This is a high impact. This is the way that people experience the government, is through a browser or a phone. So why wouldn't we make sure that those experiences, those interfaces, are highly usable, beautifully designed, running on modern software? And so thanks to America by Design and the President's executive order, it's pulled me in and a whole lot of people from industry. So when it comes time to launch an app like this on July of this year, it's going to be as robust as any other consumer app that I've ever experienced, and the professionals that are joining the team as we speak.
Anthony, when we launch this in July, you're launching this is the largest consumer launch in the history of government, right? Over 70 million accounts could be claimed and opened during this period of time. So when you think about the design and the scale required, you've built one of the better apps in finance at SoFi. Talk to us a little bit about that challenge, but talk to us a little bit about all the other things that your company can do and that app can do to excite kids and to educate kids on finance.
Yeah, one thing that's really exciting about this launching in the digital age is that it's going to be more than just money in an account compounding. People have talked about the compounding effect and how great that's going to be, but the educational opportunity that this is going to create, we're going to have a connective tissue with each young person from the moment they can actually use a phone, look at a phone, until they're an adult. We can start to educate them at their earliest stages in an appropriate way for their age. Obviously, that will change in sophistication over time with video and games and other types of information. At SoFi, we have to be a one-stop shop to help you get your money right. We can't help you get your money right if we don't help you spend less than you make and invest the rest. So we don't actually talk about signing up for a checking account or a savings account. We talk about jobs to be done. We're going to help you save better, help you spend better, help you invest better, help you protect better. In fact, Trump accounts are a new type of account that would never have been created if everyone just talked about checking and savings. No, how do you invest better? You create a Trump account. So we will create educational opportunities to bring people into the app to educate them. Something I thought of last night, it's a new concept, but it's appropriate now, is we want the American people to have the highest FQ. What's FQ? Financial quotient. Sounds like IQ or EQ. Well, how do you actually think about financial quotient? Well, who is the best at optimizing the equation? Spend less than you make, invest the rest. If we nail that for people by educating them and making it simple and easy, give them accessible tools, they'll do more than just their Trump accounts. They'll start saving on their own. They'll start investing on their own. They'll convince their parents to give them money for their Trump accounts, their neighbors to pay them in the Trump accounts, their friends and family, instead of buying toys for their birthday, money in their Trump accounts. I can tell you, I started investing when I was 15. My children, a couple of them started investing when they were 19. They get it pretty quickly, and you don't have to do a lot other than make the app very usable, give them information. We'll have the benefit of AI to ask questions in a human type of way. I think it's an unbelievable opportunity to take the entire country and re-educate it on financial well-being and financial independence, and FQ is going to be the thing that we talk about a lot.
We heard from the governor on the last panel. It's hard to learn about finances if your parents don't own anything and you don't own anything, right? The real is when you actually put stock ownership in the pocket of all of these kids. You just mentioned something that I've talked with Joe about, so I want Joe to riff on. If I go to ChatGPT today and I say, ChatGPT, I start with $1,000, how much is it worth in 18 years if I add $10 a month? It will tell me. It will take me through the equation on compounding interest. You know, I can ask it to explain to me like I'm a third grader. I can ask it to explain to me like I'm a sixth grader or like I'm a junior in high school. So now that this capability exists, Joe, how excited do you get on our ability to embed that brilliant financial, age-appropriate tutor right into the app so that kids can all educate themselves in real time on these accounts?
Well, I love you're updating the product spec in real time here. I think it's a phenomenal idea, and the tool is right there at our fingertips. And so, I mean, on the website, there's a very simple equation that people can scroll through to see if you hold on to the money until you're 18, this is what it compounds to 27, and then to 55. And you really just quickly, the whole idea was, how do we just help people very quickly see what happens if you just hang on to your savings account a little bit longer? And so I think, as we're shaping the app still, this is a fantastic idea, and I love being personalized to the age of the person who's using the app.
Again, this is rather new to me, but if you go to government websites today, you're probably not going to be that inspired. I have Social Security, but you try to figure out how much you have in it, what it's in, how much you've contributed. Like, it's almost impossible. We're shooting for a totally different standard. Our standard is one that the president has set us against, which is how do you thrill and inspire America's kids, right? And so I don't know if folks understand how fortunate we are to have a guy like Joe Gebbia, who I can text with, who's building this on behalf of our government. That hasn't existed before. We haven't had a national design studio before that we're building apps on behalf of the government. So I think your expectation should be very high. There, of course, will be a product spec. There'll be a 1.0. But what we've learned when you launched Airbnb or when you came into SoFi, you start with 1.0 and you rapidly iterate and make better. And so that's the expectation that I think that folks should have.
Yeah, I remember as a kid driving around cities, you'd see an old drab gray building, and it became known to me as a kid, like, oh, that must be a government building. It's like just kind of, and so I think, unfortunately, sometimes that's true for the websites of the government, and it doesn't have to be true. I think the president's been really clear about his desire for more inspired architecture, a more inspired physical footprint of the United States government with a lot of the EOs that he signed on that. And so what we're doing, and this is a great example of it, is we're imbuing that same spirit, but in the digital footprint of the government. And it's such an incredible opportunity. I think good design is when you can tell that somebody cared about what they were doing. You experience an app, a physical product, a website, and you notice, like, wow, somebody really put a lot of effort into this. The space is a great example. We could all look up at the ceiling and go, wow, somebody really cared about this space. The same can be true for government experiences. They can be satisfying to use. They can be delightful when it's appropriate. So we're imbuing that. I'm really excited and feel honored to be a part of Trump Accounts and bring that spirit into this product and soon the app.
Anthony, what have you learned, running SoFi about interacting with young audiences? What are the things that we need to be thinking about collectively, that Joe and I need to be thinking about independently in order to achieve maximum success?
Sure. I think there's a couple of things. One, our product, our Invest product, when we first launched it, we weren't sure what type of people would invest. We have checking and savings. We have other products they're used to, so Invest comes along. And we thought we were going to get novice or beginning investors, very much similar to the people that are going to get Trump accounts and the contributions from SoFi and from the government. And we saw people buying, and we had a thing called, most popular stocks, and it was Ford and GE, and we have a younger audience. We didn't launch our app until 2019. And I'm like, why are people buying Ford and GE? That's not like a young 20, 30-year-old type of thing. And we realized they were just starting, they only wanted to spend $9. They didn't want to spend $1,000 on Tesla or $2,000 on Amazon. We're like, oh, we got to offer Amazon for $1 at a time. We have to offer Tesla for $1 at a time, so we created fractional shares. And what we learned was we had to make these things super easy to use. Don't inundate them with tons of financial information, confusing them with comparables. Get them to buy what they like for $10 and just track it, and they get up the curve pretty fast, but don't make it so confusing at first. So that's one thing. The second thing is, at the end of the day, we're trying to make people invest, but we also want them to achieve the American dream. And so I do think there are other public and private partnerships that are really, really critical to that equation. And I can see it happening without someone laying out the story for me. So think about spend less than you make, invest the rest. Well, this is invest the rest. Well, let's talk about the spend piece. What is one of the highest expense people have? Homes. We have to lower the cost of homes. Second, student loans, education. We have to lower the cost of education, spending less. Third, medical. The president's working on, the administration's working on drug costs and medical costs. What's the fourth? The cost of financial services. We're making this free. Credit cards, there's movements there. We're trying to do things with cryptocurrency. So it has to be a holistic approach. This is why I'm so excited about it, because it aligns perfectly with us.
I want to thank you both, but most importantly, again, an unsung hero is the greatest Treasury Secretary, perhaps, in the history of the United States, and Scott Bessent. Scott, from the first moment I talked to him about this, understood this at a visceral level, has directed the most innovative team and task force against this, and our commitment and pledge, and I believe what you will see, is they're attacking this with the enthusiasm of a Silicon Valley startup. And so thank you both for all you're bringing to the table. We're going to make this one great.
Thank you, Brad.
And of course, we're watching live there the Trump Account Summit in Washington, D.C. Of course, a little bit of a changing of the guard. Robert McNeely holding down the fort, and great coverage there as we are awaiting the Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent, to speak in just a bit from now. Of course, if you've seen our coverage all morning, we saw President Trump speak. Nicki Minaj was on stage as well. So it's been quite the day. Kevin O'Leary, the ultra billionaire, for those that like that show, the Shark Tank, out there as well. So yeah, looking forward to seeing the Treasury Secretary Kevin Bessent, or Scott Bessent actually, in just a bit from now, as it's 1:36 Eastern time. Thanks so much for live streaming in with us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Again, just a little bit of a changing of the guard right now here on Right Side. Why don't we do this? As we look at some more of the 24/7 news cycle, we saw Robert just report about the FBI raiding an office in Atlanta when it comes to the 2020 election. We'll have more on all of that coming up. I'm Matthew Alvarez. Let's go to a quick commercial break. We'll be right back here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live. Look, don't forget to watch my show right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's imperative that you do so, okay? Bye-bye.
allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. You can scan that QR code now, RSBN10. That is the code, easy to remember, for 10% off. This is ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, antibiotics that will save you and yours from bacterial and viral infections, NAD+, and much, much more. 200 essential medications and emergency medical kits, the meds you trust delivered to your door.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network. Thanks so much. Again, a shout out to all of you guys that watched our coverage yesterday as President Trump in Clive, Iowa, of course, talking about the economy in the Hawkeye State, and a few everyday Americans up on that stage yesterday as well, as the president called them out there to talk about the no tax on overtime, no tax on tips, that kind of thing. So great to hear from everyday America. Now, speaking of that, we're going to dive into some more specifics about the Trump accounts, kind of like the 411 on what the heck it all means for the everyday American, kind of like myself and all of you guys that are watching out there, as we get ready to go back to Washington, D.C. for a couple of these fireside chats that you're seeing. And then also we'll be awaiting Scott Bessent, of course, the Treasury Secretary, to speak and to close up this Trump account summit that you've been watching here live on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Before we dive into some of the information about those Trump accounts, let's look at some of that breaking news that we've been tracking here on Right Side. As mentioned earlier, Fox reporting that there's an FBI raid that has happened at the Fulton County Election Hub and Operations Center. The investigation is related to the 2020 election. Once again, the FBI has raided the Fulton County Election Hub and Operations Center. The investigation related to the 2020 election. Also, MS Now, good old MS Now, reporting the federal agents involved in Alex Preddy's shooting are placed on administrative leave, but that's also being reported widely by a number of organizations out there. So that is as protocol. That's something that happens after every shooting, according to a number of reports that I watched as well. As soon as we hear and see a live event going on there at the Trump Account Summit, once again, we'll toss it right back there to Washington, D.C. And then as soon as we hear from Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, we'll take it live there. Now, earlier, if you missed it, Nicki Minaj, the rapper, was asked to go on the stage. Let's go to that right now here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Hello. Well, I don't know what to say, but I will say that I am probably the president's #1 fan. And that's not going to change. And the hate or what people have to say, it does not affect me at all. It actually motivates me to support him more. And it's going to motivate all of us to support him more. We're not going to let them get away with bullying him and, the smear campaigns. It's not going to work, okay? He has a lot of force behind him, and God is protecting him. Amen.
And then, of course, Kevin O'Leary, the billionaire, was on stage as well. Mr. Wonderful, of course. How many of you like that show, Shark Tank, out there? It's always a fun show to watch, at least some of the old episodes as well. Kind of fun to see the different products that entrepreneurs bring to the table and see how the sharks go back and forth with that. And Kevin, of course, one of those sharks. In the meantime, it's 1:42 Eastern Time. Let's talk about these Trump accounts. Now, we know that this is a summit that's going on all about the Trump accounts. President Trump already spoke. If you missed any of that, all you have to do is replay this live stream broadcast or go ahead and scrub back a bit and watch it again if you'd like. But upcoming is, I'm hearing another session of fireside chat there on the stage in Washington, D.C. And then after that, we'll hear from Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary. In the meantime, according to whitehouse.gov, the landmark Dell gift supercharges Trump accounts for America's kids. Now, this is something that was released on December 2nd of 2025, so not too long ago. President Trump joined top lawmakers and philanthropists Michael and Susan Dell to celebrate an extraordinary milestone for Trump accounts, a historic $6.25 billion with a B charitable commitment from the Dells. Trump accounts are a new historic savings tool made possible by President Trump's landmark Working Families Tax Cuts Act. So the landmark gift, one of the largest direct investments ever made in American families, will dramatically accelerate President Trump's initiative to give every newborn child a head start toward lifelong financial security and the American dream. So you're seeing that live picture once again in Washington. This is most likely the last session we'll be tossing to before we toss to that interview or that live remark from the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent. Let's go back to Washington, D.C. right now.
The queen of hip-hop, Nicki Minaj. A record-breaking artist and cultural force whose influence resonates strongly with younger generations. She joins Alex Brusewitz for a fireside chat.
That was a good song. Should we turn that up? Do we have any barbs in the crowd?
Hey, Barbs!
Truthfully, if everybody was being honest, everybody's a barb.
Amen. I believe that. And well, they're beautiful. That's all. That's the only qualification of being a barb, and they fit the criteria.
It's true. It's true. Good-looking audience. Well, Nicki, it's an honor to have you here. I know the president was incredibly grateful for your presence. And by the way, how well did she do on stage with the president?
Thank you. I was very scared.
You look pretty good behind the seal, by the way.
Thank you.
I must admit, your competition, which really isn't competition, didn't really look good behind the seal when they were with Kamala Harris.
Oh.
Just saying. So, Nicki, look, everyone knows that you are the undisputed queen of rap, but what many people in this room might not know about you is who was Nicki before the fame? How did you grow up? Where did you grow up? What was the financial situation of your upbringing?
Well, I grew up in Southside Jamaica, Queens, New York City, and thank you. And you know, humble beginnings, and I would say that actually I came from a different country at about 5 years old, and always wanted the American dream. I thought that when I came to the United States, I was gonna be like moving into like a castle, and I was gonna be wearing big like poofy dresses and going out to like ballrooms. I don't know why I had that idea, but anyway, so my parents both worked really hard, and I guess you could say they were very motivating people, believed in me, but we really didn't have much. There were times that in between jobs, I definitely remember my mother having to be dependent on the government for help. But it would always be a couple months here and there, like if she lost her job. She never felt comfortable staying on government assistance. So it'd be a couple months here and there, but it always made me think, I don't ever want to have that burden when I get older. Even as a kid, I felt like, this isn't how things are supposed to be, but I don't know how I knew that. And I remember one day asking her, how much did you make? And the look on her face when she told me the amount, like when she showed me her check, I could literally remember how it looked to this day. And even as a kid, I could tell she was disappointed in her check. So it always instilled something in me to be a go-getter and to like make my family proud by way of achieving my goals. So I would set really outlandish goals, kind of, and just hope for the best.
And that worked out pretty well for you.
I'd say so.
And I think it's safe to say that your family is more than proud of you.
Yes.
And we're also very grateful that your family shared you with the rest of us, because you have so many millions of fans all across the globe. So thank you for sharing that. And we're here today obviously to talk about this Trump Accounts program.
Mm-hmm.
And I read in the New York Post this morning, which is real news for the most part. There's some fake news out there, right? And they might be in the room. But New York Post is real news, and they wrote today that you are partnering kind of with the Trump Accounts program to get hundreds of thousands of dollars to some of your supporters who end up having children. Why is this program something that you want to partner with and get involved?
Well, when you guys first did a live about it, it caught my attention right away. It seemed like something I had never heard of anyone doing before. And I could just tell that this is something that I wish I would have had access to as a kid and as a teenager growing up, because people don't talk about how when you graduate high school, if you don't have if you're not going to college right away, how scary it could feel. If you're not having your college paid for, how scary that could feel. So, and tuition is a lot of money, and cost of living is a lot of money, and loans and all that stuff. And a lot of people forget that that's very difficult for young people, and especially young people who are ambitious. They want to hurry up and leave home. They want to go and, be in the real world. And then they get to the real world and realize, oh, it's not that easy. This is, we're going to have to pay some bills around here. And that's what happened with me. Like, I got out of high school and I thought everything was just going to be smooth sailing. But I realized quickly, no, I have to work. I have to figure things out on my own if I wanted to live a certain way. And that's what I did. But if I had access to something like this, my whole life would have been different. So now I'm thinking about all those kids that are bright and just don't have, they're not born with a bank account, they're not born with wealthy relatives or parents, but they have so much to offer this world. And now they get to have some sort of hope. And I'm big on hope for children and for young people. They get to have hope knowing that they can be in the same playing field by the time they're 18 or in their young 20s. They can have something going for themselves at that age, which is going to contribute immensely, in my opinion, to their mental state as well. Because when you have to worry about paying bills, it doesn't only affect your bills, it affects your mentality, your mind frame. And we need our young people to have less stress. They're very stressed out, you guys. So that's what I love.
Well, I think that was spot on, and we are so grateful for your partnership, and I hope we can see many of your Barbs make beautiful babies.
Yes, Barbs, go out there and make some babies, Barbs. We need some baby Barbs out there.
Look, a lot of politicians talk about helping Americans, but a lot of the policies have failed. We were talking backstage about, why hasn't another president thought of this, right? Why do you think President Trump is so, effective and creative when it comes to, these types of policies and being able to implement them?
Well, it's because he really wants change. He doesn't want to just talk about it. He's a businessman, which, in that world, people judge you by, are you successful at, at the things that you said you were going to do. So versus the average politician, they're just a politician who may want to be a celebrity. They don't care if their policies work 2 months from now, 2 minutes from now. They don't care if they inspire the next generation. They just care about getting in office. This is a different human being. This is a different president. This is a different kind of leader. This is a businessman and an authentic human being. So when he says that he wants to contribute something long-term, way after he's in office, that's what he means. And you get to see all of these other people that are, that have a lot of money and that have a lot of influence. They're drawn to that. It's like a magnet, because everyone wants to make a change. Well, the good people want to make a change for the better. So,
probably not Gavin Newsom.
Oh, no, he doesn't want to make a change. Absolutely not. Newsom only wants to be seen. He does not want to do anything credible with his time or life.
It's true.
I knew that would get them clapping. No.
And while he's on topic, what did you make of our great Treasury Secretary's comments about Newsom in Davos?
So spot on. You know, that's one of my new heroes, I told you, now, because of the way he so calmly and confidently obliterated Newscum.
He's very effective, especially when it comes to destroying the left when it comes to arguments. And so let's get off of Newsom because he's kind of a boring topic, right?
Very.
So, last question here is, all of the president's great achievements, from tax cuts to securing our border to bringing factories back home. I personally believe the Trump accounts will have the longest term effect, because 20 years from now, 18 years from now, kids are going to, be able to inherit this money, get this money, and they're going to have $50, $100, $200,000, $300,000 in their bank accounts. And I read today that if they're 28 years old and the money continues to grow, it could be up to $1.1 million by the time they turn 28 years old. And so, do you agree that this is going to have lasting impact?
Absolutely. Absolutely. It changes a huge part of the country. It changes the trajectory of so many lives. And now, these children will be able to loosen up a bit, enjoy, being young, enjoy, time being in high school and in college, knowing that they can have fun again while becoming a businessman or a businesswoman. Like, to me, there's nothing greater, well, almost nothing greater, than teaching financial literacy to young people. I think it's so important. I think it should be in the curriculum in schools, actually, because it's a life-changing thing. They don't teach it, and it's what children need. It's what everyone needs. And these children, some of them, will be able to teach even their parents about investing, right? And I mean, that's a beautiful thing.
Absolutely. Nikki, I think everybody here is so grateful for your appearance. I know the president is. And we have a very special place we need to go visit now, so we have to cut this a little bit short. But this was such a fun discussion with you, yes. And we are so grateful for you using your platform for good, advancing, highlighting the great victories of this administration, and also, I think most importantly, speaking out in defense of Christians who are being persecuted. You're incredibly courageous, and we're grateful for you.
I appreciate you guys, and thanks for hanging out with me, y'all. And thank you to our amazing president and his amazing administration. May God continue to bless them in all that they do.
Thank you, guys.
All right, Alex Bruceritz with Nicki Minaj there. That fireside chat at this Trump account summit in Washington, D.C. Of course, we'll be going back to D.C. one more time today, unless there's any breaking news or any other developments, but it'll be for Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who will be speaking there at the Trump account summit. We're going to do a deep dive into the Trump accounts here in just a minute. Before we do, let's talk about a couple of stories that we're tracking out there, as the FBI has raided the Fulton County Election Hub and Operations Center. We're told that this investigation is related to the 2020 election. Now, this is being widely reported right now. We saw it from Fox and Disclose.tv. And of course, we're tracking developments here at Right Side Broadcasting Network as well. Momentarily, as we approach the top of the hour on this Wednesday, January 28th, again, the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent will speak in Washington, D.C. Before we do that deep dive into the Trump accounts. Let's go to the New York Stock Exchange from this morning. It's simple as a bell ringing, but there's someone that you might recognize that opened the New York Stock Exchange this morning. Let's take a look at that video right now. All right. So, of course, from New York City, as the Melania film will be in theaters this Friday for one day only. So that coming up, I'm not sure what we're showing right there on the right side of your screen, but I know that we'll be showing you Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, in just a bit. Here's that deep dive on what Trump accounts are as we await the Treasury Secretary. Now, first of all, according to a White House post, as for today's Trump account summit, they're saying, thanks to Trump accounts, President Donald J. Trump is giving every newborn American child a financial stake in the future, a head start at life, and a fair shot at the American dream. Now, Trump accounts will be available to every U.S. citizen born between January 1st of 2025 and December 31st of 2028. The White House says these innovative tax advantage savings accounts created through President Trump's working families tax cuts. I'm hearing that Scott Bessent's actually going to be speaking, and maybe Speaker of the House Mike Johnson. Let's go back to D.C.
Have a seat. So great to be with you all. I was delighted to come out, but I did not want to follow Nicki Minaj, okay? I told her backstage I almost wore that coat today, and I'm so glad that I didn't. Really, it is such a great privilege to join you all today. It's great to be with an extraordinary group of visionaries, people who care so much about this country and about its future. And it's a really broad and diverse coalition, and that's what's so exciting about this. It's so many people have come together because we all care about the same things. We care about our children, we care about working families, and we care about the future of this extraordinary country. It is no small thing to get such a large group excited about tax policy, Mr. Secretary, so we don't take that for granted. It doesn't happen very often. When President Trump returned to office, we were all very excited. We were excited to get going. We wanted to chart America's renewal, and we didn't waste a moment in that, as you know. The Republican-led Congress got right to work. We worked to steer this country of ours back toward common sense and to undo all of the damage that was really wrought by the 4 years of Bidenomics. We had a lot to fix. As you know, we inherited a real mess. The unmitigated crisis at our border was the #1 issue in the 2024 election because we had to correct that. But it was also the economy. And decades-high inflation was fueled by failures of Bidenomics. And it was a serious problem for all American families. 4 long years we had to endure that. The only solutions offered during that time were by the Biden administration, the Democrats in charge. They wanted another government program. They wanted another federal agency. They wanted more taxes and more government spending. And I am here to declare to you today what you have all seen demonstrated. Those days are now behind us, and we are so grateful for that. Yes. Republicans are ushering in a new golden era, a new golden age, and this is certainly true. It's driven not by more government, but by the talent and the ingenuity and the industriousness of the American people. And that's at the very heart of what we are celebrating here today. Now, I want to tell you that what we got done in the first year of the Trump administration was a remarkable thing. I think history will record that it was one of the most productive years of any new administration or Congress, certainly in the modern era, and I think it's in the top 5 of all time if you look back at history. And people are going to see and feel the effects of that now. The Working Families Tax Cut was such a transformational, nation-shaping piece of legislation. There was so much in it. There was so much to share about it. But with one big, beautiful bill, we simplified the tax code. We reduced the tax burden on families. And we advanced a policy agenda that puts working families first. And during this tax season, which starts this week, Tens of millions of Americans are going to see the effects of that. Bigger paychecks and bigger tax refunds. We wrote this legislation for small business owners and for lower and middle income families, the very people who suffered the most during the Biden years. It's with these Americans in mind that the Trump accounts was born. You've heard so much about it today, and I don't want to reiterate all the facts, but there's some exciting things here. At the very heart of this policy is the goal of putting young Americans back in the driver's seat of their own destinies and opportunities at an early age. Good government policy empowers the individual, and it nurtures and encourages the best of human ingenuity and human progress. That's exactly what the Trump accounts aim to do. With this historic new savings tool, more Americans will be saving, investing, and building a solid financial footing. And as you've been told, Trump accounts will come online on July 5th, I think poetically, just a day after we celebrate our 250th birthday. The 250th birthday of the greatest nation in the history of the world. And I like to remind groups all the time, everywhere I am, don't take that for granted. We live in the greatest nation in history. It's the most free, most successful, most powerful, most benevolent nation that has ever been. And America's 250, our anniversary that we celebrate this year, is a chance for all Americans to celebrate and recommit to the founding principles that made all that possible, the principles upon which our nation was built. Among those principles is the belief in the free market, the belief in individual responsibility and financial stewardship, the belief that everybody gets a shot, and the simple but powerful idea that if you work hard and play by the rules, you can improve the standing of your family in one generation. Our goal with Trump accounts was to put those foundational ideas back in focus, particularly for the millions of middle and working class Americans who have felt those ideas. They felt for the last several years that the American dream itself was slipping further and further beneath their grasp. And we've heard, for those who opt in, as we've heard today, the Trump accounts have the potential to help children accrue tens of thousands of dollars by the time they reach adulthood. And that could make the difference in so many lives when it comes to paying for college or buying their first home or starting their own business. What an extraordinary concept, and what a fitting way to invest in America's future as we celebrate 250 years since our nation was born. Trump accounts are a truly transformational piece of policy that can change the lives of every American, and the beauty of this is it has nothing to do with your race or religion or color or creed. It's for everybody. It is now my distinct honor to introduce somebody who has truly been a godsend to this administration and to our country. And I say this all the time, not just when he's backstage. But President Trump will no doubt have a long list of legacy items that history will record. But I think one of his best decisions so far, and I know you agree, was selecting this next gentleman to serve in this crucially important position. And truth be told, we would not have gotten the working families tax cuts, the big beautiful bill, so much of our economic agenda accomplished without his wisdom and his steady hand of leadership. Without further ado, I am very happy to introduce to you today our extraordinary Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent.
Good, and I just have to say today that in November of 2024, when President Trump asked me to be Treasury Secretary, one thing I was sure that was not on my dance card was doing a TikTok video with Nicki Minaj. This morning, I told my daughter as I was leaving, I said, I was with the President on Air Force One last night. She said, yeah, that's great. And I said, I'm going to be hanging out with Nicki Minaj today. They got her attention. So, good. But Speaker Johnson, thank you for the kind introduction. And it's an honor. It was an honor to work with you. It's an honor to be here with all of you today. Donald Trump will be remembered for many things. The president who enacted the largest tax cut in history for American citizens, the president who rebalanced global trade to the benefit of working families, the president who, through simple common sense, saved our country by securing the border. In short, the president who made America great again. In my mind, arguably his most enduring legacy, the program that will not only transform lives now, but ripple across generations, is why we're here today. History will remember President Trump as a leader who brought financial market opportunity to all American families. It will remember him as a president who oversaw the largest merger in history between Main Street and Wall Street. It will remember him for redefining the social contract through the creation of a shareholder society. And how did he achieve all this? Through Trump accounts. Trump accounts are amongst the most significant policy innovations of modern times. They mark a singular moment in economic history by expanding the benefits of private ownership and compound growth to all Americans. Today, I will explain where Trump accounts came from, how they work, and why they will render socialist notions moot by making every American citizen a shareholder. First, the origin story. The idea of opening investment accounts for young Americans first arose in the form of baby bonds decades ago. But the idea was flawed because the accounts could be invested only in U.S. government bonds. President Trump recognized the shortcoming of this idea while also grasping its promise, so he set out to perfect it. Working with some of the most talented businessmen in the country, including Brad Gerstner and Michael Dell, he pioneered Trump accounts, investment accounts that newborn Americans can receive on day one. Trump accounts allow for private ownership, multiple funding pathways, and direct investment across a broad swath of the American economy. Where President Trump's predecessors created debt and dependency, President Trump always insists every day on creating assets and expanding ownership to the American people. This is a signature characteristic of his presidency. With Trump accounts, every American child born between January 1, 2025 and December 31, 2028 is eligible to receive a $1,000 seed contribution from the Treasury Department that will immediately be invested in an index fund. To claim this investment, most families need merely check a box on Form 4547, the most aptly named tax document of all time. We are just 3 days into the 2026 tax filing season, and already approximately 600,000 American families have elected to open a Trump account for their children. The compound growth from Treasury's initial seed funding alone stands to make young Americans wealthy. Assuming historical growth rates continue, a single $1,000 deposit into a Trump account at birth should grow to an estimated amount of at least $500,000 by the age of retirement. The $1,000 seed from Treasury is exclusive to newborns, but keep in mind that any American below the age of 18 is also eligible to receive a tax-advantaged Trump account to begin saving for the future. Philanthropists, family, friends, employers, and states can backfill Trump accounts for these children to help them build a strong financial foundation before graduating from high school. Our objective is to provide every American child with a Trump account, and the men and women in this audience will help make that possible. In addition to the $1,000 seed from Treasury, there are 3 other channels for funding Trump accounts. First, through the donations of parents, friends, and employers. Second, through the generous donations of wealthy Americans and philanthropic organizations. And third, through donations from state governments. President Trump wanted to make it especially easy for family, friends, and employers to give to Trump accounts, and he has succeeded in that goal. Donations to a Trump account will soon be the best gift a child could ever receive. Starting July 4th, our nation's 250th anniversary, family, friends, and employers will be able to contribute up to $5,000 to each Trump account each year. By contributing the maximum amount annually, the Council of Economic Advisors estimates that a child's Trump account could be worth more than $1 million at age 28 and tens of millions by the age of retirement. Donations from employers are essential to bringing the President's vision to life. Already, we have seen a large number of U.S. businesses across a wide range of industries step up to support Trump accounts. Companies like Charles Schwab, Uber, Charter Communications, Bank of New York Mellon, State Street, MasterCard, Visa, Block, Robinhood, SoFi, Chime, Russell Investments, and Dell Technologies have all announced they will match employee contributions to Trump accounts in a variety of forms that work best for the employees. And just today, Steak and Shake, Broadcom, Intel, IBM, JP Morgan, Chipotle, Coinbase, and Comcast all announced that they will offer matching contributions as well. The President foresees a day where matching contributions to Trump accounts will be as integral to an employee benefits package as a matching 401k. Through Trump accounts, our President is putting the American dream within the reach of every citizen, no matter the circumstances at birth. When young Americans turn 18, they can use their Trump accounts to keep saving for their retirement, or they can use them to help purchase a new home or further their education, two hallmarks of the American dream. The next means of funding is through generous donations from wealthy Americans and charitable organizations. Consider how Trump accounts are revolutionizing not only investing, but philanthropy as well. We in the United States are the most generous country in the history of the world. In 2024 alone, our citizens gave $500 billion to charity. That's more than the GDP of advanced countries like Singapore, Austria, and the UAE. Many Americans want to give back to their fellow citizens through charitable donations, but our country has long lacked a platform of private ownership from birth that facilitated philanthropy at scale direct to American children. Not anymore. Trump accounts are the most capital-efficient form of philanthropy ever devised. Typically, middlemen, overhead costs, and administrative expenses dilute the money Americans donate to charity. But Trump accounts remove those obstacles entirely to put money directly in the hands of America's children. And that's why America's savviest capital allocators have devoted enormous sums of wealth to further seeding Trump accounts. Michael and Susan Dell led the way by pledging an incredible $6.25 billion of their own money to help fund Trump accounts for 25 million children under the age of 10. Ray and Barbara Dalio then followed suit by pledging $75 million to help fund Trump accounts for more than 300,000 children in Connecticut. The Dalios were among the first to join the 50-state challenge, a special initiative Treasury has launched to rally the nation's philanthropists around a common cause. And just today, we heard from Brad Gerstner that he will be adopting or funding 5-year-olds in his home state of Indiana. And we heard from great philanthropist Harold Hamm that he will be doing the same in Oklahoma. So, for all of you in the audience, keep your cell phones on because we intend to have all 50 states crisscrossed by July 4th. As the President said today, the 50-state challenge is a crucial element of this revolutionary program. We expect to see more philanthropists adopting states in the months to come as we get to the launch on July 4th. The final way of funding Trump accounts is through state governments. This administration has been closely working with a number of governors to determine the best way states can work with the federal government to expand access to Trump accounts to as many children as possible. States are the laboratories of our democracy, and their experiments with Trump accounts will surface the best methods for funding over time. At their core, Trump accounts represent the triumph of capitalism over socialism. Socialism left in its wake a trail of economic ruin, all in the pursuit of the belief that abolishing private ownership would lead to greater equality and human flourishing. In fact, the opposite has been proven true. The last century of economic history showed us that the answer was never to abolish private ownership, it was to democratize it, to protect, strengthen, and expand it to as many people as possible so that everyone can benefit from the prosperity that only capitalism can provide. Trump accounts do exactly that. They collapse the distinction between earners and owners by making everyone an owner, all while keeping ownership private. In the decades-long contest between capitalism and socialism, this is the Trump card. Through Trump accounts, our president is creating an ownership economy where all citizens become shareholders in today's American economic machine. Today, 32% of American adults do not own stocks, but with Trump accounts over time, we can get that number to 0. I've talked in the past about the importance of parallel prosperity, an era of economic expansion where Wall Street and Main Street grow together. But the beauty of Trump accounts is that prosperity no longer runs parallel, it fuses together. Under Trump account, Wall Street's success becomes Main Street's success, and vice versa. This is the greatest merger in world history, the merger of Wall Street and Main Street, and it will forever change the relationship Americans have with their own economy. Trump accounts represent a fundamental redefinition of the social contract. They offer a radically new platform that returns us to a social contract anchored in individual ownership where everyone starts on a life journey of investing. Trump accounts also create a real-time laboratory of financial literacy for all Americans. An alarming statistic, approximately 2/3 of Generation Z Americans fail to answer more than half of the basic financial literacy questions on the nation's personal finance index. We need to better educate the generations of Americans being born now. Trump accounts will give us an opportunity to correct course by instilling financial literacy in America's youth in a way no book, test, or school curriculum could. And I foresee a time around the kitchen table where parents and children sit down and review these accounts together, a lifetime of learning. Trump accounts will achieve this goal by providing students with a hands-on education and the power of compound growth. Students with Trump accounts will be able to watch their investment accounts compound in real time from a value of a couple of $1,000s in kindergarten to potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars. Importantly, students will not be able to access their accounts during this time. Keeping accounts locked until age 18 will require Americans to learn the art of long-term savings and compound growth. States, philanthropists, and charitable organizations can also tie funding of individual Trump accounts to students passing financial literacy courses. This flexibility creates space for states, philanthropies, and educators to innovate and identify what works best in building financial skills. 3 pillars of America's social contract are embedded in the Declaration of Independence. We all know life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Few know that Jefferson borrowed this phrase from John Locke, who famously underscored the centrality of life, liberty, and property. Property and the pursuit of happiness, in other words, are deeply intertwined, and for our founding fathers, they were one and the same. Property, or put another way, ownership is essential to dignity and human flourishing. This was the idea of our nation when it was founded in 1776, and it is the idea of our nation being refounded in 2026. In that sense, Trump accounts are the defining policy of America's 250th anniversary. By expanding equity ownership to all citizens, President Trump is restoring the promise of our founding fathers, revitalizing the social contract, and helping secure American prosperity for the next 250 years. All families can participate and own part of the American dream. And with your help, we will succeed. Whether you're a philanthropist, a family member, or an employer, all of you here will play a critical role in this effort. So join us in growing economic opportunity, future-proofing capitalism, and carrying the promise of the founding fathers forward to the next century. Join us by investing in Trump accounts. Thank you all for being here today.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes.
All right, so that concludes our coverage here about the Trump Account Summit. Just hearing from the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent there for about 25 minutes or so. There's a lot of coverage that we've had here throughout the morning and, of course, into the afternoon. Of course, RSBN host Robert McNeely kicking off that coverage earlier. If you'd like to catch up on what you missed, you can just scrub back on this link right now, or just watch it on replay at your leisure a little bit later in the day. So that'll wrap up our coverage for now. But in some financial news that we just saw come across the board as well, the Federal Reserve has decided to hold rates steady. So no move there, no decrease as expected by the Trump administration. All right, if there's any breaking news, we'll be here for it. If not, we'll see you tomorrow. Thanks so much for joining us.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live. Look, don't forget to watch my show right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's imperative that you do so, okay? Bye-bye.
allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. You can scan that QR code now, RSBN10. That is the code, easy to remember, for 10% off. This is ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, antibiotics that will save you and yours from bacterial and viral infections, NAD+, and much, much more. 200 essential medications and emergency medical kits, the meds you trust delivered to your door.